Welcome, welcome. You're here at Bald Voldemort. Today we present to you, what if Harry was born with the X gene and Professor X recruited him to Xavier's school for gifted young wizards? Like and subscribe if you want more awesome stories. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1. The boy who burned the cupboard under the stairs had a smell Harry couldn't describe to anyone because no one ever asked. It was dust and old shoes and the particular staleness of air that hadn't moved in years, layered with the chemical sweetness of cleaning products Aunt Petunia stored on the shelf above his head. He'd lived with that smell so long it had become invisible, the way water is invisible to fish. He was lying on his back, knees bent because the mattress was too short, reading a library book by the light leaking under the door. The book was about space, black holes and supernovas and the incomprehensible distances between stars. Harry liked space because it was the opposite of a cupboard. He liked knowing that somewhere out there, things were exploding in silence, bigger than anything the Dursleys could imagine, and they had no power over any of it. The door rattled. Boy. Harry closed the book and slid it under his blanket in one practiced motion. Yes, Uncle Vernon. Dudley's friends are coming for dinner. You will stay in there. You will not make a sound. You will not exist. Understood? Yes, Uncle Vernon. The footsteps retreated. Harry let out a breath and pressed his palms against the underside of the staircase above him, feeling the wood grain against his skin. He did this sometimes without thinking about it. There was something almost calming about pressing against a boundary, feeling its solidity, imagining what it would be like if his hands just kept going straight through. He heard the doorbell ring. Dudley's voice, high and excited. His friends, Piers Polkiss and Malcolm and Gordon, thundering in like a small stampede. Aunt Petunia's voice, shrill with performed warmth. The clatter of plates. The television turned on. Volume cranked because Dudley liked everything loud. Harry closed his eyes and thought about supernovas. The evening went wrong around 7 o'clock. He didn't know what started it. Later, he tried to reconstruct the sequence and find a cause, a clear first domino, but there wasn't one. There was only a feeling, a pressure behind his eyes, like the air before a storm, like something inside him was leaning against a door and the hinges were old. The first thing he noticed was the light bulb. The one in the hallway outside his cupboard, the 40-watt bulb Aunt Petunia never replaced because nobody important saw that hallway. It started buzzing, not the normal electrical hum but something deeper, almost organic like a wasp trapped in glass. Harry could feel it in his teeth. Then the cleaning products on the shelf above him began to rattle. Gently at first, a slight tremor, the way things shake when a heavy lorry passes outside. But there was no lorry. The bottles clinked against each other, and a can of furniture polish rolled off the edge and landed on his chest. Harry sat up too fast and cracked his head on the underside of the stairs. Pain flared white behind his eyes, and that's when the pressure broke. The cupboard door didn't open. It left. It ripped off its hinges with a sound like a gunshot and sailed across the hallway, embedding itself in the opposite wall with enough force to crack the plaster in a spiderweb pattern 3 feet wide. The cleaning products followed, bottles of bleach and wood oil and glass cleaner rocketing off the shelf and exploding against the ceiling, raining chemical-smelling liquid down on the carpet. The light bulb didn't just burst. It detonated, throwing sparks that hung in the air a half-second too long, as if gravity had briefly forgotten about them. Harry scrambled out of the cupboard on his hands and knees, breathing hard, his scar burning in a way it never had before, a sharp, hot line like someone was drawing on his forehead with a lit match. The hallway was destroyed. The wallpaper was peeling off in strips, curling upward like the house was exhaling. The carpet rippled beneath him in slow waves. From the kitchen, silence. Then Dudley's voice. What was that? And Uncle Vernon, already furious, already certain. Boy, Harry got to his feet. His hands were shaking. No, his hands were still. Everything else was shaking. The walls, the floor, the framed photo of Dudley on his first bicycle that was now sliding sideways along the wall as though the house had tilted. He could feel it in his chest, a vibration like a second heartbeat, and the more frightened he became the worse it got. Uncle Vernon appeared at the end of the hallway, his face the exact color of raw beef. Behind him, Aunt Petunia clutched Dudley against her, and Dudley's three friends peered around the kitchen doorframe with wide eyes and open mouths. "What," Vernon said, each word a separate sentence, "have you done?" I don't know what, you freak." Vernon lunged. Not to hit him. Even Vernon wasn't stupid enough to do that in front of witnesses, but to grab him, to drag him back into the cupboard and slam him in and lock it and pretend none of this had happened. His hand closed around Harry's arm with crushing force, fingers digging into the thin muscle above his elbow. The second surge was worse. It came from the center of Harry's body, from somewhere behind his ribs, and it radiated outward like a shockwave from a bomb. Vernon was thrown backward. Not pushed, thrown. He went airborne, his feet leaving the ground entirely, and he hit the kitchen wall 6 feet behind him hard enough to knock a shelf of Aunt Petunia's decorative plates off their hooks. They shattered around him like porcelain confetti. Dudley screamed. Piers Polkiss screamed louder. Aunt Petunia made no sound at all, which was somehow worse. Harry stood in the hallway with his arms at his sides, shaking, tears streaming down his face, and the house shook with him. The windows were vibrating in their frames, producing a high, thin whine. A crack appeared in the ceiling, running from the hallway into the living room in a jagged line. Upstairs, something heavy fell over. "I'm sorry," Harry said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears, doubled somehow, as though someone was speaking with him. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to stop." The kitchen table flipped. Not violently, almost gracefully, like a coin toss, rotating once in the air before landing upside down. Glasses and plates slid off and crashed. The refrigerator shuddered 3 inches to the left. The oven door opened and opened again, like the house was breathing through it. Vernon was on the floor, clutching his back, staring at Harry with something the boy had never seen in those small piggy eyes before. Not anger, not even hatred. Terror. "Petunia," Vernon whispered. "Petunia, call the police." "The police can't help with this," Petunia said, and her voice was flat and dead and knowing. She was looking at Harry with an expression he'd never seen from her either, a complicated thing, like someone watching a prediction come true that they'd spent 10 years pretending they'd never heard. I told you what her kind were like. It's in him. It was always going to come out." "What are you talking about?" Vernon struggled to his feet, brushing plaster dust off his shirt. "His mother," Petunia spat the word. "My sister. They were. This is what they do, Vernon. They break things. They ruin everything." Harry was barely listening. The pressure behind his eyes hadn't gone away. It had settled into a low, steady pulse, and he could feel things now that he'd never felt before. He could feel the weight of the house around him, not conceptually but physically, the way you feel the weight of a blanket. He could feel every object in every room, their density, their position, their willingness to move. The entire structure of number 4 Privet Drive was mapped in his mind like a blueprint drawn in sensation, and everything in it was waiting for him to push. He pressed his palms against his temples and squeezed his eyes shut. "Stop," he whispered. "Stop, stop, stop." Something in the living room crashed, then something upstairs. Then the front door began to rattle in its frame, and the letterbox flapped open and shut like a metal mouth. Dudley's friends ran. They bolted out the back door and didn't look back, and Harry couldn't blame them. Dudley himself had retreated under the kitchen table, the overturned kitchen table, and was curled in a ball with his hands over his head. Vernon grabbed a broom. He actually grabbed a broom as though he could sweep this away, and he advanced on Harry with it raised like a weapon, and his face twisted into something desperate and ugly. "Vernon, don't!" Petunia shouted. He swung. The broom stopped in midair, 6 inches from Harry's head. It just stopped, as though the air had turned solid around it. Vernon's momentum carried him forward and he stumbled, still gripping the handle, but the broom wouldn't move. Harry hadn't raised a hand. He hadn't even opened his eyes. He just felt the thing coming, and something inside him had said no, and the world had listened. Then the broom dissolved. There wasn't a better word for it. The wood didn't break or splinter, it came apart, fibers separating from fibers, unwinding like a rope in reverse, until Vernon was holding a fistful of sawdust and straw that poured between his fingers and scattered on the floor. Harry opened his eyes. They hurt. Everything hurt. He felt like he'd sprinted a mile and been punched in the skull simultaneously. The house had stopped shaking, but only because he'd stopped being afraid. Now he was something past fear, that blank, exhausted place on the other side of adrenaline, where the body simply waits for whatever happens next. "I'm going outside," Harry said quietly. "Don't follow me." Neither of them did. He walked out the front door of number 4 Privet Drive and sat down on the front step and pressed his forehead against his knees. The July evening air was warm and sweet, with the smell of fresh-cut grass from the neighbors' lawns. The streetlights were on. A car passed, radio playing something bright and forgettable. The world was perfectly, insultingly normal, and Harry sat in the middle of it with sawdust on his shoes and the certain knowledge that something inside him had changed, or more accurately, that something inside him had always been there, and it was done hiding. He didn't know how long he sat there. Long enough for the light to fade from orange to purple to the blue-black of proper night. Long enough for the Dursleys to shut the door behind him. He heard the lock click and draw every curtain in the house. Long enough for his breathing to slow and his hands to stop trembling, and the strange new sense in his chest to settle from a scream to a hum. He was watching a moth circle the street lamp across the road when the motorcycle landed. Not arrived. Landed. It came down out of the sky with its headlight blazing, engine growling like a live thing, and touched down on the tarmac of Privet Drive with a surprisingly gentle bounce. It was enormous, the kind of motorcycle that looked like it had been built for someone twice the size of a normal person, which made sense, because the man sitting on it was roughly twice the size of a normal person. Harry had never seen anyone like him. He was a giant, not metaphorically, not exaggerating, but a genuine giant of a man, easily 8 feet tall, with a wild mane of black hair and a beard that covered most of his face and hands like dinner plates gripping the handlebars. He was wearing a massive leather coat with at least a dozen pockets, each of which bulged with unidentifiable objects. His eyes, nearly lost in all that hair, were black and bright and kind. He killed the engine and swung off the motorcycle with surprising grace for someone his size. The bike's suspension groaned with relief. He looked at number 4, then down at Harry sitting on the step, and his face did something complicated, a collision of emotions that started at recognition, passed through pain, and arrived at a fierce, almost desperate tenderness. "Harry," his voice was like gravel rolling downhill. "Harry Potter," Harry stood up slowly. Every instinct he developed in 10 years with the Dursleys told him to be wary of large men, but something about this one, the eyes maybe, or the way he'd said Harry's name like it was something precious, kept him from running. "That's me." The giant sniffed enormously, and Harry realized with a start that he was crying. Tears were running down his weathered cheeks and disappearing into his beard, and he was smiling at the same time, a wobbly, overwhelmed smile. "Last time I saw ye, you was only a baby," he said, pulling a tablecloth-sized handkerchief from one of his pockets and blowing his nose with a sound like a foghorn. "Ye look like your dad, but ye have got my mum's eyes." "Yeah." Harry didn't know why he said it. He didn't know anything about his mother's eyes. But the words came out with a certainty that didn't belong to him, and the giant's face crumpled further. "Rubeus Hagrid," the giant said, extending a hand that could have palmed a basketball. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. But ye can call me Hagrid, everyone does." Harry shook the hand. His own disappeared inside it entirely. "What's Hogwarts?" Hagrid stared at him. Then he turned and stared at the house, and his expression shifted from sadness to a simmering fury that made him look genuinely dangerous for the first time. "Ye mean ter tell me they never, ye don't know what ye are." "I'm starting to get the idea that I'm something," Harry said, and gestured vaguely at the front door, behind which the aftermath of his episode was still very much in evidence. "I just tore apart their house. With my mind, I think, or I don't know what it was." Hagrid's fury softened into something more complicated. He lowered himself onto the garden wall, which creaked alarmingly under his weight, so that his eyes were closer to Harry's level, and he spoke with the careful gentleness of someone delivering news they know will change everything. "Harry, you're a wizard." The word landed like a stone in still water. "A wizard," Harry repeated. "A wizard, like your mum and dad before ye. Your name's been down at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry since ye were born. Finest school of magic in the world, and ye have got a place there come September." Harry sat back down on the step. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. A wizard, magic, a school for magic. It should have sounded insane. It should have sounded like something Dudley's friends would make up to trick him. But the cupboard door was embedded in the hallway wall, and the broom was sawdust, and the house had shaken like an earthquake. And, "Okay," Harry said. "Okay, I'm a wizard. That explains some of it," but he hesitated. "Hagrid, I didn't use a spell. I didn't say any words or wave anything, or it just came out of me. Like a wave. Is that normal for wizards?" Hagrid's face did the complicated thing again. He reached into one of his coat pockets and pulled out a squashed box, which turned out to contain a slightly flattened chocolate cake with green icing that read "Happy Birthday, Harry" in wobbly letters. He handed it to Harry, who took it reflexively, too stunned to process the fact that no one had ever given him a birthday cake before. "Accidental magic," Hagrid said. "Happens to all young witches and wizards before they learn to control it, but what ye described, that's—" He trailed off, rubbing the back of his neck. "That's a bit more than what most kids manage, I won't lie to ye. Dumbledore, that's the headmaster, great man Dumbledore, he'll want ter know about this. He'll sort it out." Harry nodded slowly, staring at the cake, his name, in icing, on a cake that someone had made for him. "Thank you," he said, and his voice cracked on the second word, and Hagrid started crying again. They might have stayed like that for a while, the giant man weeping freely on the garden wall and the thin boy clutching a chocolate cake on the front step of a house that no longer wanted him. But the night had other plans. The car pulled up without a sound. It was black, sleek, and expensive in a way that had nothing to do with flash and everything to do with precision. It glided to the curb like a predator settling into grass, headlights dimming as the engine, if it had an engine, fell silent. The rear door opened, and a man in a wheelchair descended on a mechanical ramp that extended from the car's interior with a quiet hydraulic hiss. He was bald, older, wearing a dark suit that fit him with the effortless perfection of real money. His face was calm and intelligent, with keen blue eyes that seemed to take in everything at once: Harry, Hagrid, the house with its drawn curtains, the damaged front door, the lingering taste of power in the air. There was something about him that Harry felt before he understood, a presence like standing near a radio tower, a faint vibration at the edge of perception. Hagrid was on his feet instantly, one hand inside his coat, gripping something. "Hooray you! This is official Hogwarts business, no muggles. I assure you I am not a muggle." The man's voice was measured, warm, with an American accent that sounded like old libraries and expensive universities. "Though I confess the term is new to me. My name is Charles Xavier. I'm a professor. And I'm here for the same reason you are, I suspect, because approximately 47 minutes ago, I detected the most powerful psychic event I've felt from an untrained mind in over 20 years of monitoring. He looked at Harry, and his eyes were not just kind but understanding in a way that made Harry's chest tighten, because it was the understanding of someone who knew exactly what it felt like to have something inside you that you couldn't control. "Hello, Harry," said Professor Xavier. "I believe we have rather a lot to talk about." Hagrid hadn't released whatever he was gripping inside his coat. "Now listen here, Professor whatever your name is. This boy is a wizard under the protection of Albus Dumbledore himself. And I've got strict orders too. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, half-giant on your mother's side, expelled in your 3rd year on charges later proven to be fabricated by Tom Riddle." Xavier said this without malice, the way someone might recite a bus timetable. "I know who you are, I know who sent you, and I have the very highest respect for Albus Dumbledore. We've corresponded, in fact, though he may not have mentioned it. I am not here to compete with you. I'm here because Harry needs help that Hogwarts alone may not be equipped to provide." The silence that followed was thick enough to stand on. "How do ye know all that?" Hagrid whispered. Xavier tapped his temple with one finger. "I'm a telepath, Mr. Hagrid. The most powerful on the planet, or so I'm told, though I try not to let it go to my head." A small smile. No pun intended. Harry looked between them, the giant and the man in the wheelchair, and felt the bizarre, giddy certainty that his life had just split into 2 tracks and was somehow expected to run on both. "What's a telepath?" he asked. "Someone who can read and project thoughts," Xavier said. "Communicate mind to mind. Sense psychic events at great distances. It's an ability that comes from a specific genetic marker called the X gene, a mutation present in a small but growing percentage of the human population. Mutants were called, though I prefer the term gifted." He paused, letting that settle. "Harry, what happened in that house tonight wasn't just accidental magic. Part of it may have been I'm no expert on wand-based sorcery. But the telekinetic component, the way you disassembled that broom at the molecular level, the psychic shockwave I detected on Cerebro, that's something else entirely. That's your X gene." "His what?" Hagrid said. "He's a mutant," Xavier said. "And a wizard, both." Harry sat very still with his birthday cake in his lap. A wizard and a mutant. 2 things he'd never heard of an hour ago, and apparently he was both of them, and 2 entirely separate worlds had sent representatives to his doorstep to claim him. "Is that possible?" he managed. "Evidently," Xavier said with another of those small smiles. "You're the proof." Hagrid had finally released whatever was in his coat and was now running both hands through his beard in obvious distress. "This isn't," Dumbledore didn't say nothing about, because Dumbledore may not have known. "The X gene often lies dormant until puberty or extreme emotional stress triggers manifestation. Harry's magic would have masked the mutation signatures until tonight, when both emerged simultaneously." Xavier wheeled himself a few inches closer, and his voice dropped, becoming something private meant only for Harry. "I run a school, Harry. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. It's a place where people like us learn to understand and control their abilities. Mutants come there from all over the world, often frightened, often alone, often convinced that what they are is something to be ashamed of. I built it so that no child would ever have to face that fear without help. I've got a school for him already," Hagrid said firmly. "Hogwarts, best magical education in the world, yes, I know. And I don't dispute it. But can Hogwarts teach him to control telekinesis? Can it train a mind that produces psychic shockwaves detectable from Westchester, New York?" Xavier wasn't arguing. He was asking genuinely. The magical and mutant aspects of Harry's abilities are intertwined but distinct. Ignoring either one would be like teaching a child to write with only one hand while the other flails uncontrolled. Hagrid opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. He looked remarkably like a very large, very bearded fish. Harry made a decision, or rather, the decision made itself, rising from the same place in his chest where the shockwave had originated. Can you both come inside? Or no, not inside, the kitchen's a disaster. Can we go somewhere and figure this out, together? Xavier and Hagrid looked at each other. Something passed between them, not telepathy, just the ordinary human recognition of two people who cared about the same thing and were trying to do it right. I know a place, Xavier said, if Mr. Hagrid is amenable. Hagrid corrected gruffly. Just Hagrid. He eyed the black car. Will the bike fit? I have a colleague who can arrange transport for it. Shall we? And that was how Harry Potter left Privet Drive for the last time. Sitting in the back of a silent black car between a half-giant carrying a pink umbrella and a bald man in a wheelchair, holding a chocolate birthday cake in his lap, and watching the suburban streetlights of Little Winging blur past the tinted windows and disappear behind him like a dream he'd already started to forget. The car drove north. Hagrid fell asleep within 20 minutes, his snores rattling the windows, and Harry found himself alone with Professor Xavier in a silence that felt companionable rather than awkward. The driver, a woman with dark skin and white hair pulled back in a loose twist, who'd been introduced as Aurora, a colleague, navigated the motorway with serene confidence and didn't speak. You have questions, Xavier said eventually. About 1,000. Start anywhere. Harry watched the headlights of passing cars paint stripes across the ceiling. You said you detected me, from America. How? A machine called Cerebro. I built it, I built the first version with an old friend to amplify my telepathic abilities. It allows me to sense mutant minds across the globe. When a new mutant manifests, particularly a powerful one, Cerebro registers it as a kind of psychic flare. Yours was. He paused, choosing the word carefully. Distinctive. Because of the magic. Because of the magnitude, I've registered precisely 4 events of comparable intensity in 30 years of operation. You are the youngest by a considerable margin. Harry processed this. Who were the other 4? Xavier was quiet for a moment. Myself. A woman named Jean Grey who is currently a student at my school. A man named Eric Laneshare who is complicated and a being we haven't yet identified. That's only 4 including me. Yes. So I'm the most powerful, potentially. But potential without training is just a bomb without a fuse. Eventually someone lights it by accident. Xavier's voice was gentle but unflinching. That's what happened tonight, Harry. Your abilities detonated. No one was seriously hurt, but next time, and there will be a next time, without proper training, you might not be so lucky. Harry thought about Vernon hitting the wall, about the broom dissolving in his hand, about the crack running through the ceiling. I could have killed someone. Yes. No sugarcoating. No reassurance. Just the truth delivered with enough respect to assume Harry could handle it. He found, somewhat to his surprise, that he preferred this to comfort. Professor Xavier, Charles, please. Charles, you said the magic and the mutant thing are intertwined. So which one caused what tonight? Was it magic that ripped the door off, or telekinesis? Was it a spell that disintegrated the broom, or my X gene? Xavier turned his chair slightly to face Harry more directly. That is precisely the right question, and I don't have the answer. No one does because, to my knowledge, you're the first confirmed case of a wizard who also carries the X gene. The two phenomena have always been treated as entirely separate. The magical world and the mutant world have very little overlap and even less communication. Dumbledore and I have discussed this theoretically, but theory is rather different from a boy sitting in the back of my car covered in plaster dust. You really know Dumbledore. We've exchanged letters for nearly a decade, since I first hypothesized that some magical individuals might carry latent mutations. He was skeptical but open-minded, which is more than I can say for most of his colleagues. When Cerebro registered your manifestation tonight and cross-referenced it with known magical signatures, I contacted Albus immediately. He agreed that I should come. So Hagrid doesn't know that. Hagrid was sent by Dumbledore to deliver your Hogwarts letter and explain your heritage. My arrival was a complication Albus may not have fully briefed him on. Dumbledore tends to share information on a need-to-know basis, which is a polite way of saying the man is constitutionally incapable of telling anyone everything. Harry almost smiled. Where are we going? A property I maintain in the north of England, a waypoint you might call it. We'll meet Dumbledore there in the morning and discuss your future. All three of us together, with you present and participating. I will not make decisions about your life without your input, Harry. You've had quite enough of that. Harry looked at the back of Hagrid's sleeping head, the great mass of wild hair shuddering with each thunderous snore. He looked at the white-haired woman driving, her hands steady on the wheel, a faint crackle of static electricity dancing between her fingers that she didn't seem to notice. He looked at Charles Xavier, whose calm blue eyes held a complexity Harry was only beginning to glimpse. What happens if I can't control it? Harry asked quietly. The telekinesis, the magic, all of it. What happens if it just keeps getting worse? Xavier held his gaze. Then we help you, that's what we do, that's all we do. The car drove north through the English night, and Harry Potter, wizard, mutant, orphan, newly 11, ate birthday cake with his fingers and let himself, for the first time in memory, believe that the word we might include him. The property turned out to be a Georgian manor house set back from a narrow lane in what Aurora called the Lake District, with the casual familiarity of someone who'd been there many times. It was 3 stories of weathered stone, with ivy climbing the west face and tall windows that reflected the moonlight like dark mirrors. The grounds were expansive, lawns, old trees, what might have been a lake glinting beyond a ridge, but Harry could only see shapes and shadows as they pulled up the gravel drive at nearly midnight. Hagrid woke with a snort and a start, banging his head on the car's roof. We've arrived, Xavier said. There are bedrooms prepared. I suggest we all sleep. Tomorrow will be a long day. A long day. Harry almost laughed. As opposed to the short, relaxing day in which he destroyed his aunt's house, discovered he was a wizard, discovered he was a mutant, and driven across England with a giant and a telepath. Aurora showed him to a room on the 2nd floor, small but clean, with an actual bed, an actual pillow, an actual window looking out over the dark grounds. She lingered in the doorway. You're safe here, she said. The house has protections, both kinds. Both kinds. Magical wards and a state-of-the-art security system. A flicker of a smile. Belt and suspenders, Charles calls it. She closed the door. Harry stood in the middle of the room and realized he had nothing. No clothes, no toothbrush, no possessions of any kind except a squashed chocolate cake and the oversized hand-me-downs he was wearing. He lay down on the bed fully dressed and stared at the ceiling. The humming in his chest was still there, quieter now but present like a pilot light. He could feel the house around him the same way he'd felt the Dursleys' house, the weight and position of every object, every wall, every beam, but here it felt different. Warmer, less like a cage and more like a shell. He fell asleep faster than he had in years, and he did not dream. Morning came through the window like a spotlight. Harry sat up and found clean clothes folded on the chair beside the bed, jeans, a plain t-shirt, trainers in his exact size. He didn't question it. After yesterday, unexplained clothing was barely a footnote. He dressed and followed the smell of bacon down the stairs. The kitchen was enormous, the kind of kitchen that had probably employed servants 100 years ago, now modernized with appliances that looked faintly alien in the old stone space. Hagrid was already at the table, which was bowing slightly under the weight of enough food for 10 people. He was eating eggs with a shovel-sized fork and looking marginally less distressed than last night, though he kept glancing at the door as though expecting someone. "Mornin', Harry, sleep all right. Best sleep I've ever had." "Good lad, eat up. Dumbledore'll be here at 9. Harry loaded a plate and sat down across from Hagrid. Aurora was at the counter making tea with a quiet efficiency that suggested she'd done this many times. Xavier was nowhere in sight. "Hagrid," Harry said between bites of toast, "what are my parents' names, my real parents?" Hagrid's fork paused midway to his mouth. A piece of egg fell off and landed in his beard unnoticed. "You mean they never told ye, those bloody—" He stopped himself with visible effort, setting the fork down with a clang. "James and Lily. James and Lily Potter. Finest people ye'd ever want ter meet. And they didn't die in no car crash, whatever those Dursleys told ye." "How did they die?" Hagrid's eyes went bright. He looked at Aurora, who gave a tiny nod, something passing between them that Harry didn't catch. Then Hagrid took a long breath and told Harry about Voldemort. He told it simply, without embellishment, the way someone recounts a nightmare they've had many times. A dark wizard, the darkest in a century, who gathered followers and terrorized the magical world for over a decade. Who killed without mercy and sought power without limit. Who came to the Potter's house in Godric's Hollow on Halloween night, 1981, and murdered James and Lily Potter because of a prophecy he believed threatened him. Who turned his wand on baby Harry and cast the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, the curse no one survives, and the curse rebounded. Voldemort was destroyed, or at least broken, reduced to something less than a ghost, and Harry was left with nothing but a lightning bolt scar on his forehead and a fame he'd never asked for. Harry sat very still through all of it. The bacon cooled on his plate. The humming in his chest pulsed once, hard, and a glass on the table cracked, a thin line running from rim to base but didn't break. "Sorry," Harry said automatically, staring at the glass. "Don be sorry," Hagrid said fiercely. "Don ever be sorry fur what ye are." Harry picked up the cracked glass and turned it in his hands. He could feel the fracture like a seam in fabric, could feel how easy it would be to pull it apart or push it closed. He concentrated very carefully and the crack sealed itself. The glass was whole again. He set it down. Hagrid stared at it. Aurora, who'd been silently sipping her tea, set her cup down with a quiet click. "Did ye just—" Hagrid began. "I felt it," Harry said. "The break, and I just unbroke it." "That's not accidental magic," Aurora said. It was the most she'd spoken in his presence. "That's fine motor telekinetic control. Most adult mutants with TK can't do molecular repair without years of training. Most adult mutants with TK can't do it at all," Xavier said from the doorway. He wheeled himself in, dressed in a fresh suit, looking alert and composed. "Good morning, Harry. I see you've been practicing." "It just happened. The best things usually do." Xavier accepted a cup of tea from Aurora. "Albus will be here shortly. Before he arrives, I want to explain what I'm going to propose so you're not blindsided." Harry nodded. "I believe you need training in both disciplines, magic and mutation. Hogwarts can provide the former, my school can provide the latter. But I don't think separating them serves you. Your abilities are fused at a fundamental level, the magic feeds the telekinesis and vice versa. Training one without the other would be like strengthening your right arm while your left atrophies. So what are you proposing? A joint program, a dedicated wing of my school, or of Hogwarts? I'm flexible on location, where students like you can train in both traditions. Witches and wizards who also carry the X gene, learning to master all of what they are instead of half. Are there others, like me? Cerebro has identified 6 probable candidates worldwide. Young witches and wizards whose magical signatures show mutant resonance patterns. You're the first confirmed case, but you won't be the last." Harry thought about this. A school. A real school, not a cupboard, not the corner of a playground where Dudley couldn't reach him. A place where being strange wasn't a crime. "What's the catch?" he asked, because 10 years with the Dursleys had taught him that anything good came with conditions. Xavier looked at him with that understanding expression. The catch is that you'll be visible. Both worlds will know about you, the magical world and the mutant world. And there are people in both who will want to use you, fear you, or stop you. Choosing this path means choosing not to hide. I've been hiding my whole life, Harry said. I'm done. The fireplace erupted in green flame. Harry launched himself backward, chair toppling, telekinesis flaring instinctively. The kitchen table lifted 6 inches off the ground, and every piece of cutlery on it rotated to point at the fireplace like a bristling wall of silver needles. Easy, Hagrid said, hands up. It's the Flu Network. It's how wizards travel. It's just... A man stepped out of the green fire. He was tall and thin and ancient, with a long silver beard tucked into his belt and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. He wore robes of deep blue scattered with silver stars, and his eyes, bright, pale, astonishingly blue, surveyed the kitchen with the particular delight of someone who finds everything in life interesting, including having a dozen knives pointed at him by an 11-year-old's mind. Remarkable, Albus Dumbledore said, brushing soot off his sleeve. Absolutely remarkable. You must be Harry. Harry forced himself to breathe. The cutlery lowered slowly, settling back onto the table with a series of tiny clinks. The table itself descended to the floor. His heart was hammering. Sorry about the knives, he said. Dumbledore smiled. It was the kind of smile that made you feel like you were the most interesting person in the room, even if the room also contained a telepath and a half-giant. My dear boy, never apologize for good reflexes. They'll serve you far better than good manners. He turned to Xavier. Charles, you look well. Albus, you look like you're wearing a constellation. Orion, actually, a gift from a student. I find it keeps me humble. The two men regarded each other, the wizard and the mutant, the headmaster and the professor, and Harry saw in their faces the easy familiarity of people who respected each other deeply and disagreed about almost everything. Shall we sit down? Dumbledore said, conjuring himself a chair out of thin air. It was purple and overstuffed and had small golden tassels. I believe we have a young man's future to discuss. They sat. They talked. And Harry listened, absorbing every word, feeling the shape of his new life assembling itself around him like a suit of armor he hadn't known he needed. The plan, as it emerged over the next hour, was simultaneously simple and unprecedented. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, located in Westchester, New York, would open a satellite campus in Britain, housed, Dumbledore suggested, in a long-unused wing of Hogwarts Castle itself. The wing would be warded and equipped for mutant training. A danger room, Harry didn't like the sound of that name, psychic shielding chambers, and whatever else Xavier's team required. In exchange, Hogwarts professors would teach magical curriculum to the mutant students, and Xavier's people would provide training to any Hogwarts student who manifested X-gene abilities. The statute of secrecy will need to be flexible, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. I've already spoken to the relevant parties on the mutant side, Xavier replied. My school has operated in secret for years. We know how to be discreet. And if the Ministry of Magic objects, then the Ministry of Magic can take it up with me. Dumbledore's twinkle hardened into something steely just for a moment. I am still headmaster of Hogwarts, and whom I admit to my school is my decision. Hagrid, who'd been following the conversation with the intensity of someone watching a tennis match he didn't entirely understand, spoke up. What about the other kids? The ones Yes said Cerebro found. We'll reach out to them over the summer, Xavier said, carefully. Not all of them may accept, or their families may not, but the offer will be made. And if you know who comes back, Hagrid said it quietly, almost reluctantly, as though saying the words might make them true. If he comes back and there's a school full of kids who are both, then those children will be trained, Dumbledore said, trained and supported and ready, which is more than they would be otherwise. The room was quiet. Harry could feel the weight of the conversation, the politics, the history, the danger pressing down like atmosphere, but beneath it something lighter, possibility. "I want to do it," Harry said. Every head turned to him. "I want both. I want to learn magic, and I want to learn to control the telekinesis, and I don't want to choose between them. You said I'm the first. Fine, I'll be the first. I'll do it." Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon glasses with an expression Harry would later learn to recognize as the old man's version of pride, subtle, deep, and laced with worry. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "Then welcome, Harry, to what I suspect will be the most unusual educational experience in the history of either world." Xavier extended his hand. Harry shook it, and somewhere in Westchester, New York, in a room beneath a mansion, a machine called Cerebro registered a second flare, different from Harry's, sharper, colder, erupting from a manor house in Wiltshire, England, where a pale boy with white blonde hair had just accidentally shattered every mirror in his father's study, and was now staring at his own fractured reflection with an expression of absolute horror. Cerebro wasn't the only thing that noticed. In a dark room, in a place that wasn't quite a room and wasn't quite a place, something that had once been a man and was now considerably less, or considerably more, depending on your definition, stirred. And in a study lined with books on genetic superiority and mutant evolution, a man named Eric Laneshare set down his tea, removed his reading glasses, and smiled. "Both," he said to no one. "How very interesting." Ready for the rest of the morning passed in a blur of logistics that Harry only half followed. Dumbledore and Xavier retreated to a study on the ground floor and closed the door, their voices a low murmur punctuated by occasional silences that Harry suspected were telepathic. Hagrid busied himself in the kitchen, stress-eating his way through an entire loaf of bread and a pot of jam while muttering about protocols and never in all me years. Aurora disappeared outside, and when Harry looked through the window he saw her standing on the lawn with her face turned to the sky, clouds thickening and thinning above her in patterns that were definitely not natural. Harry sat on the back steps and tried to feel normal. It didn't work. Normal was gone. Normal had left the building the moment the cupboard door had embedded itself in the wall, and it wasn't coming back. In its place was this new thing, this humming, vibrating awareness that turned the world into a web of weight and texture and force. He could feel the gravel in the drive, each individual stone, their positions and densities mapped in his mind like dots on a screen. He could feel the manor house behind him, all 3 stories of it, every beam and brick. He could feel the trees on the lawn, the sap moving through them, slow and heavy. He could feel Aurora, or rather the strange electromagnetic disturbance she carried with her like a personal atmosphere. He picked up a pebble from the step beside him and held it in his palm. Then he let go, but the pebble didn't fall. It stayed hovering a 1/4 inch above his skin, spinning slowly. He added a second, a third, a fourth. They orbited each other in a lazy spiral, and the effort was nothing, less than nothing, like breathing, like blinking. He tried something else. He closed his eyes and reached for the pebbles not with his telekinesis but with the other thing, the thing Hagrid called magic. He didn't know a single spell, didn't have a wand, didn't have the faintest idea what he was doing. But he remembered the way the glass had cracked and uncracked, the way the broom had come apart and the way the door had flown. And underneath all of it there had been something else, not force but intention, not pushing but asking. He asked. The pebbles changed color. One went red, one blue, one green, one gold. They kept spinning brighter now, tiny jewels of light dancing above his open hand. "That's new," said a voice behind him. Harry startled. The pebbles shot outward in 4 directions like shrapnel, and he heard them ping off the stone wall, the railing, a drain pipe, and what sounded like a window. He winced. "Sorry. I didn't mean to." "Relax," Aurora came around the corner, brushing stone dust off her sleeve with an expression of mild amusement. "You missed me by a comfortable margin, though I'd suggest practicing that particular trick without an audience until you've got the landing down." "What are you?" Harry asked, then immediately wished he'd phrased it differently. "I mean, your powers. What do you do?" Aurora looked up at the sky. The clouds, which had been scattered and aimless, suddenly compressed into a tight spiral directly above them, a miniature hurricane no larger than the manor house. Lightning flickered inside it, real lightning, white-hot and sharp, and the air temperature dropped 10 degrees in 2 seconds. Then she relaxed and the clouds dispersed as though embarrassed, and the summer warmth returned. "I control weather," she said. "All of it. Wind, rain, lightning, temperature, pressure systems. When I was your age, I accidentally caused a drought that lasted 3 weeks in my village in Kenya. So believe me when I say I understand what you're going through." Harry stared at her. "A drought? 3 weeks, 47 cattle died. The village elders thought I was cursed." She sat down beside him on the steps, her white hair catching the sunlight. "Charles found me when I was 12, brought me to the school, taught me that what I could do wasn't a curse or a punishment, it was simply a fact, like having brown eyes or being left-handed. The question was never whether I had the power, the question was what I would do with it." "What did you do with it?" "I became a teacher, and occasionally, when the situation requires it, a rather effective combatant." She said this the way someone might mention being good at tennis. "The point is, Harry, you're not alone. You feel like you are right now. I can see it on your face, that particular expression children get when they think they're monsters. You're not a monster. You're a boy who needs to learn, and you've just been given 2 entire institutions full of people who want to help you learn. That's not a curse, that's a gift. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true and because it takes a while to believe. Give it time." She stood and brushed off her trousers. "Charles wants to see you in the study. They've reached a decision." Harry's stomach flipped. He followed Aurora inside, through the kitchen where Hagrid had progressed from bread to an entire roast chicken, down a corridor lined with paintings that were conspicuously not moving, unlike the magical portraits Harry would later learn to expect, and into a wood-paneled study where Dumbledore and Xavier were positioned on opposite sides of a large desk like chess players who just agreed on a draw. "Sit down, Harry," Dumbledore said, and conjured another purple chair. Harry sat. The chair was absurdly comfortable, which felt like a deliberate strategy to make whatever came next easier to absorb. "We've reached an agreement," Xavier said, "but it's not quite what I originally proposed, and I want to be transparent about why." "The satellite campus at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said, picking up the thread, "is a wonderful idea in theory. In practice, it presents challenges that cannot be resolved by September. The Hogwarts Board of Governors would need to approve it. The Ministry of Magic would need to be consulted, or more likely circumvented, and the castle itself would require significant modification to house Xavier's equipment. The danger room alone requires 17 feet of sub-basement clearance, and a dedicated power supply that your magical infrastructure may not support," Xavier added. "So instead," Dumbledore continued, "we've settled on an interim arrangement. You will attend Xavier's school for gifted youngsters in Westchester for the first term. Charles's staff will teach you mutant discipline, telekinetic control, psychic shielding, the fundamentals of your X-gene abilities. Meanwhile, I will send Hogwarts professors to Westchester on a rotating basis to teach you and any other magical mutants the core magical curriculum, charms, transfiguration, potions, and defense against the dark arts." After the first term, Xavier said, "We'll reassess. If the joint campus at Hogwarts is ready, we'll move operations there. If not, you'll have the option of transferring to Hogwarts full-time with continued mutant training by remote, or staying at my school with continued magical education. The choice, as always, will be yours." Harry turned this over. "So I'd be living in America. For a few months, yes. You'd have holidays at Hogwarts if you wished and flu access for emergencies. Dumbledore smiled. I'm told Westchester is quite pleasant if you can tolerate the accent. Can I still go to Diagon Alley? Get a wand and everything. Absolutely. Hagrid will take you this week. And the other kids, the ones Cerebro found. Xavier and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, one of those weighted looks between people who have already discussed something and are deciding how much to share. We'll be contacting them, Xavier said. One in particular has already manifested. A boy your age in Wiltshire. His family is prominent in the magical world. Something in Xavier's tone told Harry this was more complicated than it sounded. He filed it away. Okay, Harry said. I'm in. Dumbledore rose, and his robe swished with a sound like wind through silk. Then I shall make arrangements. Harry, he paused at the fireplace, one hand on the mantel, and looked back with an expression that combined warmth and gravity in equal measure. Your parents would be very proud of you today. Both of them. Green fire. A swirl of robes. He was gone. Xavier wheeled out from behind the desk and stopped in front of Harry. There's one more thing I'd like to do before we proceed, if you're willing. I'd like to get a baseline reading of your psychic abilities. Nothing invasive, just a gentle scan. It will help me understand what we're working with. What does that involve? I place my fingers on your temples. You'll feel a slight pressure, and you may see flashes of memory or sensation. I won't dig and I won't access anything without your permission. If at any point you want me to stop, say so and I will. Immediately, no questions asked. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about all the things in his head he didn't want anyone to see. Then he thought about the cupboard and the door and the broom and Uncle Vernon hitting the wall and the sound Dudley had made, that high, terrified squeal, and the fact that next time might be worse. Do it, he said. Xavier raised his hands. His fingers were cool and dry against Harry's temples. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world peeled open. It wasn't like anything Harry had a reference for. It wasn't seeing or hearing or feeling. It was something underneath all three. A sense he didn't have a name for but recognized instantly. The way you recognize your own heartbeat. He was aware of Xavier's mind, vast and calm and structured, like a cathedral made of light. And he was aware of his own mind, which by comparison was a storm, chaotic, brilliant, full of doors he'd never opened and rooms he'd never entered, and one very dark corridor that pulsed with a sickly green light he instinctively flinched away from. Xavier flinched too. The contact broke. Xavier's hands dropped to the armrests of his wheelchair, and for the first time since Harry had met him, the professor looked shaken. It was subtle, a tightening around the eyes, a fraction of a second where the composure cracked, but it was real. What? Harry said. What did you see? Xavier took a breath, then another. When he spoke, his voice was steady, but Harry could actually feel with that new sense the effort it took to keep it that way. Your potential is extraordinary, Harry. Your telekinetic ceiling is. I'm not certain it has a ceiling. And your latent telepathic ability is significant. You'll need training in that as well, though it's secondary to the telekinesis. That's not what scared you. Xavier looked at him sharply. You felt that? Yeah. A long pause. Xavier steepled his fingers, a gesture Harry would come to know well, the professor's way of buying himself a moment to choose words with precision. There is something in your mind that isn't you, Xavier said. A fragment. A residue. It's attached to your scar and it carries a psychic signature that is profoundly dark. I don't know what it is. It's unlike anything in my experience. But it's dormant and it's contained, and I believe your own psychic defenses are keeping it in check instinctively. Harry's hand went to his forehead, the scar, the lightning bolt, the place where the killing curse had struck and bounced back. Is it dangerous? Not at present. But I want to study it carefully with your ongoing consent, and I want Dumbledore to examine it from the magical side. Between us, we should be able to understand it. You think it's him, Voldemort. Xavier didn't deny it. I think it's possible that when his curse rebounded, it left something behind, a splinter, but I want to be very clear, whatever it is not you. It does not define you. It is a parasite, and parasites can be removed. Harry lowered his hand. The scar tingled faintly, as though aware it was being discussed. "Okay," he said. "What's next?" Xavier's composure reassembled itself, smooth and complete. "Next, Hagrid takes you to Diagon Alley to purchase your wand and supplies. After that, you come to Westchester. I have students I'd very much like you to meet." The trip to Diagon Alley happened 2 days later, and it rewired Harry's understanding of what was possible. Hagrid took him to London by train, the motorcycle having been retrieved by a thin, anxious-looking man named Remus who'd shown up at the manor house, stared at Harry for 30 seconds without speaking, burst into tears, hugged him hard enough to crack his ribs, muttered, "You look just like James," and then left on the motorcycle before Harry could ask a single question. "Old friend of your dad's," Hagrid explained. "Bit emotional. Good man, though." London was loud and grey and overwhelming after the quiet of the Lake District, but Hagrid navigated it with the confidence of someone who'd done this many times, though he drew stares everywhere they went. They ended up at a pub called the Leaky Cauldron that Harry couldn't see until Hagrid pointed it out, wedged between a bookshop and a record store, invisible to everyone walking past. Inside was dark and warm and smelled like pipe smoke and old wood, and something Harry couldn't identify, but would later learn was butter beer. The bartender, Tom, bald and gummy-smiled, recognized Harry on sight, and within 30 seconds every person in the pub was trying to shake his hand. Harry endured it with a frozen smile while Hagrid beamed behind him, and the humming in his chest rose with each handshake, reacting to his discomfort like a barometer. "Famous," Harry muttered as Hagrid steered him through to the back. "Hagrid, I don't want to be famous." "Yes, save the wizarding world, Harry, or the wizarding world thinks you did." "Can't blame 'em for being grateful. I was a baby, I didn't save anything." Hagrid didn't argue. He just tapped a sequence of bricks in the wall behind the pub, and the wall opened like a flower, and Diagon Alley unfolded before them, and Harry forgot about fame entirely. It was impossible. It was a street that shouldn't exist, crammed into a space that couldn't contain it, bursting with color and noise and magic so thick Harry could taste it. Shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks and owls and books and robes and things he had no name for. Witches and wizards in every conceivable style of dress, some in traditional robes, some in muggle clothing with magical accessories, a woman in jeans and a jacket whose earrings were tiny flying dragons, a man in a business suit carrying a briefcase that growled when anyone got too close, children pressed against shop windows. An old wizard juggled balls of colored fire for tips. The cobblestones under Harry's feet hummed with ambient magic, and his X-gene hummed back, and the two hums harmonized in a way that made his skin prickle with goose flesh. "This is real," Harry said, which was a stupid thing to say, but Hagrid just grinned. "Welcome to your world, Harry." They went to Gringotts first, a bank run by goblins, actual goblins, short and sharp-featured and terrifyingly professional, where Harry discovered he had a vault full of gold his parents had left him. He stood in the torchlit chamber staring at heaps of coins, gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts, and tried to reconcile this with 10 years of wearing Dudley's cast-offs and being told he was a burden. "They left this for me," he said. "Course they did. They loved ye, Harry." More than anything. Harry filled a bag with coins and said nothing else about it, but his jaw was tight as they rode the cart back up, and the tracks behind them groaned and twisted slightly in their moorings as his telekinesis responded to the anger he was carefully not expressing. They bought robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood on a stool being fitted while a pale, pointed boy on the next stool talked about Quidditch and blood purity, and which house he expected to be sorted into with the casual arrogance of someone who'd never been told number. "Father says Dumbledore's the worst thing that's happened to Hogwarts," the boy said. "Letting in all sorts of riffraff, mudbloods and half-breeds and—" "What's a mudblood?" Harry asked. The boy looked at him properly for the first time, and something flickered across his pale features: surprise, reassessment, a quick cataloging of Harry's appearance. His eyes snagged on the scar. "You're Harry Potter," he breathed. "So I'm told. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." He extended a hand with an imperial confidence that didn't quite reach his eyes. Up close, Harry noticed something. A faint tremor in the boy's fingers, a tension in his shoulders, and beneath the arrogance a current of something that Harry's new psychic awareness picked up like radio static. Fear. Deep, structural, load-bearing fear. Harry shook the hand. It was cold. "You'll want to be in Slytherin," Draco said. "That's where the best families go. My whole family's been Slytherin for centuries. I don't know much about the houses yet. I'll tell you everything. We should be friends, Potter. I can help you, tell you which families are worth knowing and which ones aren't." There was something rehearsed about it, Harry thought, like a speech learned for an exam. Behind the words, that fear signal pulsed, and Harry understood with a clarity that owed more to his developing empathy than to any reasoned analysis, that Draco Malfoy was terrified of his father. "Maybe," Harry said. "I've got a lot to figure out first." Draco's expression tightened. Not anger, something more complicated. Then Madame Malkin announced he was done, and he swept out of the shop with his robes billowing behind him like a miniature adult, and Harry watched him go with a feeling he couldn't name. "That," Hagrid said, appearing in the doorway with 2 ice cream cones, "was Lucius Malfoy's boy. Bad lot, the Malfoys, yet don't want ter get mixed up with them." "He seemed scared, Hagrid." "Scared, Draco Malfoy." "Yeah, of something, I could feel it." Hagrid gave him a long, considering look. "You're picking up more than most people do, Harry. Be careful with that. Not everyone wants ter be seen." They bought potions ingredients at the apothecary, and textbooks at Flourish and Blots, and a beautiful snowy owl at Aelip's Owl Emporium who nipped Harry's fingers with immediate affection, and whom he named Hedwig, after a saint he'd read about in one of the Dursleys' encyclopedias. But the moment that mattered, the one that would reshape everything, happened at Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty, and crammed floor to ceiling with thousands of long, thin boxes stacked in precarious towers. The air tasted of wood shavings and something faintly electric. An old man materialized from behind a shelf as though he'd been part of it, with wide silver eyes and fingers that moved with the delicate precision of a jeweler. "Mr. Potter, I've been expecting you." Ollivander's gaze went to the scar, lingered, then dropped to Harry's hands. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Your mother's was willow, 10¼ inches, excellent for charm work. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, superb for transfiguration." A pause. "The wand that gave you that scar, you, 13½ inches, phoenix feather core. Very powerful, very dangerous. You sold Voldemort his wand." The room temperature didn't change, but it felt like it did. Ollivander's eyes widened fractionally. "I sold Tom Riddle a wand, yes. What he became afterward was not the wand's fault. Now, let's find yours." What followed was the strangest shopping experience of Harry's life, and he'd already bought dragon liver and beetle eyes that afternoon. Ollivander handed him wand after wand, beechwood and dragon heartstring, maple and unicorn hair, ebony and phoenix feather, and each one either did nothing or did too much. The beechwood shot a jet of sparks that scorched the ceiling. The maple turned a nearby stack of boxes into a flock of sparrows. The ebony wand hummed in Harry's grip and then cracked clean in half, which made Ollivander's eyebrows climb so high they nearly left his face. "Curious," he said, examining the broken wand. "Very curious. The wand rejected you, Mr. Potter, not from incompatibility but from overload. Your magical core is Saturated. There's something else in you, something that isn't magic but acts like it, and the wand couldn't contain the combined output. Harry and Hagrid exchanged a look. I know what it is, Harry said quietly. Do you? Ollivander studied him with those silver eyes. Then perhaps we need a different approach. He vanished into the back of the shop and returned several minutes later with a single box, older than the others, its surface dark with age. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. This is a particularly special wand, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in this wand gave another feather, just one other. Its brother gave you that scar. Harry took the wand. The moment his fingers closed around it, the humming in his chest changed. It had been a single note, a drone, a vibration without structure. Now it split, harmonized, became a chord. He felt the wand's magic reach into him and find his magic and intertwine, and he felt his telekinesis reach for both of them and weave itself through like a third strand in a braid. And the three forces, wand magic, innate magic, and mutation, fused. The shop exploded with light. Not destructive, generative. Golden sparks poured from the wand's tip in a cascade that filled the room like luminous snow, and every wand on every shelf vibrated in its box, producing a sound like 1,000 tuning forks struck simultaneously. The windows of the shop rattled but didn't break. The boxes on the shelves rearranged themselves into neat, perfect stacks. The scorched ceiling repaired itself. The sparrows turned back into boxes and settled into their original positions. The broken ebony wand, lying on the counter, mended its crack and sealed itself whole. Harry stood in the center of it all with the holly wand raised and his eyes wide and his mouth open and the golden light reflecting off his glasses, and he felt for the first time in his life complete. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. His silver eyes were wet. "Oh, Mr. Potter." The wand chooses the wizard, and this wand has chosen spectacularly. But I think perhaps you have given it something it didn't have before. I have never seen a wand bonding like this. Not in 70 years of wandcraft. Harry lowered the wand. The light faded, but the chord in his chest remained, a steady, three-part harmony that felt as natural as breathing. "How much?" he asked. 7 galleons, Ollivander said, "and my profound curiosity about what you will become." They left the shop in a daze, Harry carrying the wand in its box, Hedwig on his shoulder, Hagrid dabbing his eyes with his tablecloth handkerchief. "Your mum and dad's wands," Hagrid sniffled. "In the same shop. And now you with, that was something, Harry." That was really something. Harry held the wand box against his chest and felt the three-part hum, and the world was very large and very bright and very possible. The flight to New York happened 2 days later, on a private jet that Xavier sent. Harry had never been on a plane. He sat in a window seat with Hedwig's cage beside him and his wand in his jacket pocket and watched England shrink beneath him. The patchwork green of fields, the gray sprawl of cities, the silver line of the coast, and then the Atlantic opened up, vast and flat and terrifyingly empty, and he pressed his forehead against the glass and felt very small. He slept for most of the crossing and woke to a different continent. New York from the air was a bristling forest of glass and steel, utterly unlike anything he'd known, and then they were past it, banking north over suburbs and woodland, and the jet descended toward a private airstrip surrounded by old-growth trees. A car was waiting. Not the sleek black vehicle from Privet Drive, but a more practical SUV, driven by a young man with red-tinted sunglasses who introduced himself as Scott and shook Harry's hand with a grip that was friendly but measured, like someone who was reserving judgment. "Welcome to Westchester," Scott said. "Professor X asked me to pick you up. The school's about 10 minutes from here. You're a student, senior student. Been here since I was 14. Scott navigated the wooded roads with easy familiarity. "What's in the cage?" "Hedwig, she's an owl." Scott glanced at the cage. Hedwig glared back with magnificent disdain. Right, magic thing, wizard postal service basically. We have email. She's more reliable than email. Scott almost smiled. Almost. Fair enough. Look, I'm going to be straight with you, Harry. Not everyone at the school is thrilled about the magic stuff. Some of the kids think it's cool. Some of the kids think it's weird. A couple of the staff have concerns about mixing two completely different power systems in a training environment. You're going to get some resistance. I'm used to resistance. Not like this. At the at wherever you were before, people were afraid of you. Here, people are going to challenge you. There's a difference. He turned down a long, tree-lined drive. Here we are. Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was a mansion. Not a house, not a building, a mansion. 3 stories of warm brick with white-trimmed windows and a circular drive and grounds that stretched in every direction, manicured lawns giving way to forest. It looked like a university, or a very wealthy person's estate, which Harry supposed it was. Students were visible on the grounds, teenagers of various ages, some sitting under trees, some playing what looked like basketball on a side court, 2 apparently having a heated argument that involved one of them generating small fireballs in their palm. A normal school, except that nothing about it was normal. Scott parked and led Harry to the front entrance. The foyer was all dark wood and high ceilings and the kind of quiet that comes from excellent soundproofing. A staircase swept upward. Portraits lined the walls, not magical moving ones, just ordinary painted faces, but they were faces that mattered. Martin Luther King Jr., Marie Curie, someone Harry didn't recognize in a strange helmet. That's Magneto, Scott said, following Harry's gaze. His voice was carefully neutral. The professor keeps his portrait up, says it's important to remember that people you disagree with can still be people you love. Before Harry could ask who Magneto was, a door opened on the second-floor landing and a girl came down the stairs. She was 15 or 16, with red hair that fell past her shoulders and green eyes that hit Harry like a physical force, not because of any resemblance, though later he'd learn she looked startlingly like his mother, but because those eyes carried a weight, a depth, the sense of something immense held carefully in check, like a lake behind a dam. "You're Harry," she said. Her voice was warm and direct. "I'm Jean Grey. Charles asked me to show you around." Hi. She studied him openly, head tilted. Then she smiled and the weight behind her eyes softened. "You feel like a bonfire. Did anyone tell you that? Psychically, you're incredibly loud. We're going to have to work on your shielding before you give every telepath in the building a migraine." "Sorry." "Don't be sorry. I was the same way when I got here. Worse, actually, I accidentally broadcast my nightmares to the entire dormitory for 3 weeks. Bobby still won't let me live it down." She started walking, and Harry fell into step beside her, and Scott peeled off with a nod that carried the beginning of something that might eventually become approval. Jean gave him the tour. The classrooms bright and modern, the library vast and multi-leveled, the dormitories comfortable and lived in, the medical bay run by a man called Hank McCoy who was large and blue and furry and spoke with the precise diction of a Harvard professor, which he apparently was. The gardens, the basketball court, the pool, and then 3 sublevels below ground, accessed by an elevator hidden behind a wall panel, the real school. "This is where the serious work happens," Jean said as the elevator descended. "Up there is for appearances, down here is for us." The sub-basement was a revelation. Gleaming steel corridors, laboratories full of equipment Harry couldn't identify, and at the end of the main corridor, a massive circular door that Jean opened with a retinal scan and a 6-digit code. "The danger room," she said. It was a vast empty chamber, the size of a football pitch, with smooth metallic walls and a ceiling studded with projectors and emitters. The floor was featureless gray. "It generates holographic and hard light simulations," Jean explained. Combat scenarios, environmental hazards, team exercises. It can simulate anything from a city street to an alien landscape to a volcanic eruption. We train here 3 times a week. And it's called the danger room because it's dangerous. The simulations can hurt you. They're designed to, actually. You can't learn to handle real threats if the training is safe. The safety protocols keep it non-lethal, but bruises, sprains, and occasionally broken bones are par for the course. Harry stared at the empty room and felt it stare back. Brilliant. Jean laughed. It was an open, surprised sound, and Harry decided he liked her immediately. Most new kids say terrifying, she said. Most new kids probably haven't had their uncle come at them with a broom. Something shifted in Jean's expression, a flicker of recognition of shared history. She didn't ask. She just nodded once with a weight that said, "I understand." They took the elevator back up. Jean led him to the dormitory wing and showed him his room, single occupancy, small but bright, with a window overlooking the back lawn. A desk, a bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf. Simple and clean and his. "Dinner's at 6 in the main hall," Jean said from the doorway. "You'll meet everyone then. It's a lot of names, don't try to remember them all the first night." Jean. "Yeah. The professor said there were 4 psychic events as powerful as mine. He said you were one of them." What is it like, having that much power?" Jean leaned against the doorframe. For a moment the weight was back in her eyes, and behind it Harry caught a flash of something, red gold, vast, ancient, hungry, that was there and gone so fast he might have imagined it. "It's like carrying a star," she said quietly. "Beautiful, warm, and always on the verge of burning everything you touch." She straightened and the moment passed, and she was just a teenager again, just a girl with red hair and a kind smile. "But that's what the training is for. That's why we're here, so we learn to carry it without burning." She left. Harry sat on his bed and looked around his own room, with a door that locked from the inside and a window he could open and a shelf where he could put books and no one would take them. He put his wand on the desk. He put Hedwig's cage by the window and opened it, and she hopped out and perched on the sill and regarded her new surroundings with regal approval. He lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The 3-part hum in his chest, magic, telekinesis, and something else, something that bound them together, pulsed steadily like a heartbeat. He was a wizard. He was a mutant. He was the boy who lived, whatever that meant. He was 11 years old, lying in a bedroom in a mansion in New York, 3,000 miles from the cupboard under the stairs, with a wand that had chosen him and a power that terrified everyone who understood it and a scar that contained a fragment of the darkest wizard who'd ever lived. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid. Not because the fear was gone, it wasn't, it was still there, coiled in his gut like a snake, but because for the first time the fear was smaller than the hope. He closed his eyes. Outside, Hedwig spread her wings and launched herself into the American evening, white against the darkening sky, and flew. Far away in Wiltshire, Draco Malfoy stood in his father's study surrounded by shattered mirrors and listened to Lucius explain in a voice like polished ice that what had happened was unacceptable, that the Malfoy bloodline was pure, that this mutation, this contamination would be dealt with, controlled, suppressed, that Draco would attend Hogwarts as planned and he would be a credit to his family and he would never ever speak of this to anyone. Draco nodded. He said, "Yes, father." He went to his room and closed the door and sat on his 4-poster bed in his enormous bedroom in his family's ancient manor and pressed his hands together to stop them shaking. In the mirrors, the ones in his room, the ones he hadn't broken yet, his reflection stared back at him, pale and scared, and he hated it. He didn't know that across the ocean, a boy with a lightning scar had just been offered everything Draco would never be allowed to want, acceptance. But he would learn. Soon enough they both would. And in a study in a house without a fixed address, Eric Laneshare set down the file he'd been reading, A file marked Potter Harry J and picked up a second one, thinner, newer, marked MALFOY Draco L2. He said softly, "Two of them, wizard mutants, and both just children." He removed his reading glasses and rubbed his eyes. On his desk, a small metal sphere, steel, perfectly round, lifted off its stand and orbited his hand slowly, responding to his thoughts the way a dog responds to its owner's mood. "Charles will try to teach them peace," Eric murmured. "Dumbledore will try to teach them duty, and the world will try to teach them fear." The sphere stopped, hovering. "Someone should teach them to survive." He stood, put on his coat, and walked to the window. Outside, the evening was fading into night, and somewhere above the clouds, a snowy owl was flying west. "Soon," Eric said. "Not yet, but soon." He turned off the light, and the room was dark, and the metal sphere settled gently back onto its stand, and the night was quiet, and the world turned, and the story, the real story, the one that would shake both worlds to their foundations, was only just beginning. Chapter 2. Two schools of thought. Harry's first week at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters passed in a disorienting blur of names, faces, schedules, and revelations that stacked on top of each other like cards in a house that kept growing instead of falling. He woke every morning at 6:30 to an alarm he didn't need, because his body had spent 10 years waking before the Dursleys, and the habit was carved into his nervous system like grooves in a record. He'd lie in bed for a few minutes, feeling the mansion around him, 3 floors of brick and wood and steel, 67 minds humming at various frequencies of sleep and wakefulness, the deep mechanical pulse of something massive beneath the subbasement that he'd later learn was Cerebro's cooling system, and he'd remind himself that this was real, that the window was real, that the door locked from the inside, that nobody was going to bang on it and demand he cook breakfast. Then he'd get up, get dressed, and walk into a world that made no sense and all the sense at once. The students at Xavier's were, without exception, the strangest people Harry had ever met, and he meant that as the highest possible compliment. There was Bobby Drake, who could freeze anything he touched and had a habit of icing his orange juice because he said it tasted better as a slushie. There was Kitty Pryde, who walked through walls the way other people walked through doorways, casually, sometimes mid-sentence, occasionally forgetting that not everyone could follow her through solid oak. There was Kurt Wagner, who was blue-skinned and had a pointed tail and could teleport with a sound like a muffled thunderclap and a lingering smell of sulfur, and who was also, improbably, the most cheerful person Harry had ever encountered. There was Rogue, she'd never given another name, who wore long gloves at all times because her skin absorbed the powers and memories of anyone she touched, which meant she hadn't had unprotected physical contact with another human being in 2 years, and dealt with this by developing a wit so sharp it could have cut glass. They were all, in their own ways, broken, and they were all, in their own ways, rebuilding. Harry recognized the architecture of it, the careful normalcy, the jokes that deflected, the friendships that functioned as load-bearing walls. He'd built similar structures himself in the cupboard in the schoolyard, in every space the Dursleys had tried to make too small for him. The difference was that here, nobody pretended the damage wasn't there. They just built around it together and the building held. Meals were communal, loud, and chaotic. The dining hall seated about 40 students and a rotating cast of staff, and the noise level at dinner rivaled a stadium. Harry sat with Jean the first night, overwhelmed and trying not to show it, and she'd introduced him to people with a casual efficiency that suggested she'd done this before, welcomed the new kid, translated the culture, run interference. "That's Jubilee, don't let her set off fireworks near your owl. That's Warren, yes, those are real wings, don't stare. That's Peter, he turns into metal, he's Russian, he's a sweetheart. His English is better than he pretends." And that, she nodded toward a boy sitting alone at the end of a table, hunched over a book, radiating a force field of do not approach so intense it was almost visible. That's David. He's new too. Don't take it personally if he doesn't talk to you. He doesn't talk to anyone. What's his power? We don't know yet. He doesn't manifest visibly. The professor thinks it's something cognitive, but David won't let anyone scan him. She shrugged. Everyone goes at their own pace. Harry nodded and filed it away and ate his pasta and listened to Bobby argue with Jubilee about whether ice was technically just really slow water. And for the first time in his life, he felt the specific warmth of being unremarkable. Nobody stared at his scar. Nobody whispered about the boy who lived. He was just the new kid, one more face in a school full of faces that didn't fit anywhere else, and the relief of it was so intense it almost hurt. The academic schedule was unlike anything Harry had expected. Mornings were dedicated to standard education, maths, English, history, science, taught by actual credentialed teachers who happened to also be mutants. Afternoons were for powers training, which was divided into individual sessions and group exercises. Evenings were free, though most students used them for additional practice or homework, or the elaborate social negotiations of teenage life. Harry's individual training was with Xavier himself, every afternoon at 2 o'clock, in a room on the sub-basement level that was shielded against psychic emanation and lined with something that absorbed telekinetic force like a sponge. The room was small and bare, 2 chairs, a table, and a collection of objects ranging from a ping-pong ball to a concrete block. "We start simple," Xavier said on the first day. "Pick up the ball." Harry looked at the ping-pong ball. He reached out with his mind, casually, the way he'd been doing it all week, lifting things and moving things and spinning pebbles in the air, and the ball shot off the table like a bullet, hit the far wall with a sharp crack, and embedded itself half an inch into the padding. Xavier regarded the dented ball. "I said pick up, not launch. I barely tried. That's the problem. Your telekinetic output is enormously disproportionate to your conscious input. You're using a fire hose to fill a teacup." Xavier wheeled to the table and placed another ball on it. "Again, slower. I want you to feel the ball, its weight, its texture, the air around it. Don't push it. Lift it. There's a difference." Harry tried again. The ball rose smoothly this time, hovering 6 inches above the table. Then it began to vibrate, a high-frequency tremor that made it blur, and after 3 seconds it simply disintegrated, not into pieces but into dust, a fine white powder that drifted down and settled on the table like artificial snow. "I destroyed it," Harry said flatly. "You subjected it to molecular-level telekinetic stress. The vibration exceeded the structural integrity of the celluloid." Xavier said this with the tone of a scientist observing an interesting result rather than a disaster. "Your fine control is essentially non-existent. Your raw power compensates by overwhelming everything you interact with. It's like trying to thread a needle while wearing boxing gloves. So how do I take the gloves off? Practice, repetition, and patience, which I suspect is not your strongest quality." Xavier placed a third ball on the table. Again. They went through 14 ping-pong balls that afternoon. Harry destroyed 11 of them. The 12th he managed to hold in the air for a full minute before it cracked. The 13th lasted 2 minutes. The 14th he held for 5 minutes, steady and stable, hovering precisely where he'd put it, and when he finally set it down it was intact. "Better," Xavier said. "That took 90 minutes for 1 ball." "Yes, tomorrow will do too," Harry groaned, but there was something satisfying in it, the grinding, incremental work of learning control, each failure a data point, each success a brick in a wall he was building between himself and catastrophe. He thought about the Dursleys' house, the door, the broom, Uncle Vernon hitting the wall. He thought about what could have happened if it had been worse, If he'd been angrier, if the surge had been bigger, if someone had been standing where the door went. 14 ping-pong balls seemed like a small price. The magical education started 3 days after Harry's arrival, when a fireplace in Xavier's study that Harry was fairly certain hadn't been there yesterday erupted in green flame and deposited a small, fierce woman onto the hearth. Professor Minerva McGonagall was tall and thin, and carried herself like a sword, straight-backed, sharp-edged, and entirely capable of cutting you if you weren't careful. She wore emerald robes and square spectacles and an expression of brisk assessment that took in the study, Xavier's wheelchair, the sub-basement elevator, and Harry himself in approximately 4 seconds. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I am Professor McGonagall. I teach Transfiguration at Hogwarts, and I will be your primary magical instructor for the duration of this arrangement." She said arrangement the way someone might say experimental surgery, with respect for the ambition and severe doubts about the outcome. "I trust you have your wand." Harry pulled the holly wand from his jacket pocket, and the moment it was in his hand the 3-part hum in his chest swelled, warm and resonant. Holly and phoenix feather. Ollivander's notes mentioned an unusual bonding event. McGonagall studied him over her spectacles. "Well, let's see what you can do. Lumos." "What?" "The incantation is Lumos. Point your wand and say it. It produces light." Harry pointed the wand and said Lumos. What happened next was not a light. Or rather, it was a light in the same way a supernova is a light, technically accurate but wildly insufficient as a description. The wand tip erupted with a blaze of white-gold radiance so intense that every window in the study turned opaque with glare. The bookshelves threw knife-sharp shadows. Xavier shielded his eyes. McGonagall's spectacles flashed like mirrors. Hedwig, on her perch by the window, screeched and flapped indignantly. Harry killed it, not with knocks, which he didn't know yet, but by instinct, clamping down with his telekinesis on the wand's output the way you'd pinch a hose. The light died. Afterimages swam in everyone's vision. "Sorry," Harry said. McGonagall lowered her hand from her eyes. Her expression was complicated. "Mr. Potter, a standard Lumos produces approximately the same illumination as a candle. What you just produced would have been visible from orbit." "Is that bad?" "It's unprecedented. Your magical core is channeling not just through the wand but through your mutation. The telekinesis is amplifying the spell's output." She turned to Xavier. "You were right. They're not separate systems. They're multiplicative. Which means every spell he learns will need to be calibrated from scratch," Xavier said. "Standard magical instruction won't account for the amplification factor." "Obviously." McGonagall's tone was dry enough to start fires. "I am aware. This is why I volunteered for this assignment, Professor Xavier. I don't need a telepath to tell me the obvious." Something flickered across Xavier's face, surprise, and then a warm, genuine amusement. "My apologies, Professor McGonagall. I can see Harry is in excellent hands." She turned back to Harry. "We will begin with theory. You will not cast another spell until I am satisfied that you understand the fundamental principles of magical energy manipulation. I will not have you blowing holes in this man's very expensive ceiling." "Yes, Professor." "Good. Sit down. Open your copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, Chapter 1. Read." Harry sat down and opened the book and began to read, and McGonagall stood over him like a sentinel, and Xavier wheeled out of the room with a small smile that Harry caught in the reflection of the window. It was the smile of a man watching two forces meet and deciding the result would be interesting. McGonagall was a revelation. She was strict, demanding, and utterly without sentimentality, and she was also the best teacher Harry had ever encountered. She didn't coddle. She didn't praise when praise wasn't earned. She explained concepts with crystalline precision and expected them to be understood the first time. And when Harry didn't understand, which was often, because magical theory was dense and counterintuitive and bore no relationship to anything he'd learned in Muggle school. She explained again, differently, without impatience but without softening. Magic is not energy, she told him on the second day, pacing the study with her hands behind her back. Muggles think of it as energy because that's their frame of reference. Everything in their physics is energy, force, particles. But magic is will. It is the imposition of conscious intent upon the fabric of reality. Your wand is a focus, not a battery. It doesn't contain power, it channels yours. The incantation is a key that fits a lock in the structure of the universe. When you say lumos, you're not generating light, you're convincing reality that light should exist where it didn't before. And my telekinesis does the same thing. Number your telekinesis, as I understand it, is a physical force generated by your mind, electromagnetic in nature, operating within the laws of physics even if it shouldn't exist according to current models. It moves matter. It exerts pressure. It follows rules. Magic doesn't follow rules. Magic makes them. Harry thought about this. So when I cast Lumos and the telekinesis amplified it, your telekinetic force pushed the magical output like wind pushes a sail. The spell produced light. Your mutation made it brighter. But the two are fundamentally different phenomena interacting in ways no one has studied because no one has had the opportunity until now. She fixed him with a look. You are the opportunity, Mr. Potter, which means everything you do in this room is, for better or worse, experimental. I expect you to treat it accordingly. You mean carefully. I mean scientifically. Record your observations. Note what works and what doesn't. Pay attention to the interaction between your systems. You are not just a student, you are a case study, and if you're going to be one, you'll be a rigorous one. Harry, who had never been called rigorous in his life, found himself sitting up straighter. The days settled into a rhythm. Mornings, school. Afternoons, Xavier for telekinesis at 2, McGonagall for magic at 4. Evenings, practice, homework, and the gradually expanding social life of someone learning to have friends for the first time. Jean was a constant, not hovering, not smothering, but present, the way a lighthouse is present. She had a gift for knowing when Harry needed company, and when he needed space, and he suspected this had as much to do with her telepathy as her emotional intelligence. They fell into a routine of evening walks on the mansion grounds, after dinner, when the day's training had left Harry buzzing with residual energy that needed somewhere to go. The telekinesis is easier, Harry told her one evening as they walked the perimeter of the East Lawn. Xavier's exercises are hard, but I can feel myself improving. The magic is different. It's like trying to learn a language. There are rules and grammar and vocabulary, and sometimes I get it and sometimes I just stare at my wand and nothing happens. Nothing. Well, nothing useful. Yesterday I tried Wingardium Leviosa, it's a levitation charm, and instead of lifting the feather I set it on fire. McGonagall said my pronunciation was fine, but my intent was contaminated by telekinetic habit. I was pushing instead of willing. Jean nodded slowly. That makes sense. You've been using TK to move things your whole life, even before you knew what it was. It's your default. When you think lift, your brain goes straight to telekinesis, and the magic gets tangled up in it. So how do I separate them? Maybe you don't. Harry looked at her. I mean, maybe the point isn't to use them separately. Maybe the point is to learn both well enough that you can choose which one to use, or use both together intentionally instead of accidentally. Right now your systems are crashing into each other because neither one is trained. But once they are... She trailed off, staring at the tree line with an expression Harry had learned to recognize. The look Jean got when she was thinking about the phoenix, about the thing inside her that was vast and hungry and always, always there. Is that what it's like for you? He asked carefully. The phoenix. Jean was quiet for a long time. A breeze moved through the trees and the evening light caught her hair, turning it the color of autumn. "The Phoenix isn't a second power system," she said finally. "It's more like a passenger, something ancient that chose me as a host, for reasons I don't fully understand. Charles says it's a cosmic entity, a force of destruction and rebirth that exists outside normal reality. It lives in my mind, and most of the time it sleeps, and I can feel it the way you feel the ocean when you're standing on the shore. This constant presence, this weight. And when it wakes up, I can do things that scare me." She said it simply, without drama. "I can move planets, I can unmake matter. I can rewrite the laws of physics in a localized area. Charles has been helping me build psychic containment structures, walls within walls within walls to keep it dormant, but it's always testing them, always pressing." Harry thought about the dark corridor in his own mind, the one that pulsed with green light, the fragment, the splinter of Voldemort that Xavier had found during the scan. "I've got something too," he said. "In my scar. Xavier found it." A piece of Voldemort. Jean stopped walking. She turned to face him fully, and her eyes were sharp and serious. "He told me. He asked me to help monitor it. I'm the strongest telepath in the school after Charles. Harry, I've looked at it. Not deeply, just the surface. It's contained. Your psychic defenses are incredibly strong for someone untrained. I think the magic helps like an immune system, but you should know what I saw. Tell me." "It's aware. Not conscious, not like a person thinking thoughts. More like a virus that knows it's in a host. It's dormant because your defenses are strong and because it's small, just a fragment. But it reacts to your emotions. When you're angry or scared, it pulses. When you're calm, it shrinks. The more control you develop, the smaller it gets. The less control, the bigger it grows." "Yes." Harry stared at the ground. A beetle was making its way across a blade of grass, utterly unconcerned with dark wizards and psychic parasites. "So every time I lose control, every time the telekinesis spikes or the magic overloads, I'm feeding it. Potentially. Charles wants to develop a protocol to eventually extract it, but he's being cautious. It's attached to your scar at a magical level, and he doesn't fully understand how magical bonds work. He's consulting with Dumbledore. Dumbledore knew about it. It wasn't a question." Jean met his eyes, and neither of them looked away. "Probably," she said. "I think Dumbledore knows a lot of things he doesn't share. Charles is the same way, honestly. They're both chess players. They see 20 moves ahead, and they don't always explain why they're moving the pieces they're moving. And we're the pieces. Sometimes, but pieces can refuse to move." She smiled, and the weight lifted, and she was Jean again, warm, sharp, present. "Come on. Bobby's organized a movie night, and if we don't get back, he'll freeze all the good seats." They walked back toward the mansion, and the evening folded around them like a quilt, and Harry thought about parasites and chess pieces and control, and the three-part hum in his chest pulsed steady and strong. The letter from Ron Weasley arrived on a Tuesday, carried by an owl so old and decrepit it looked like it had been assembled from spare parts. It crashed into Harry's window at 7 in the morning, leaving a smear of feathers on the glass, and Hedwig regarded it from her perch with the appalled dignity of a duchess confronted by a beggar. Harry untangled the letter from the owl's leg and read it standing by the window in his pajamas. "Dear Harry, Mum says I'm not supposed to write to you because it's all very hush-hush and Professor Dumbledore said discretion. But Fred and George say rules are suggestions, and I agree with them on this one if nothing else. I heard you're at a special school in America with muggles who have powers. Is that true? Dad is beside himself. He keeps asking Mum if we can visit, and she keeps saying no, and then he goes to the shed and tinkers with the car, which is how you know he's properly wound up. Dumbledore told my parents I might be going to this joint school thing too when it opens at Hogwarts. Something about how wizards and these mutant people need to learn together. I don't really understand it, but Mum says it's a great opportunity, and Dad says it's fascinating, his word. He said it 11 times at dinner. And the twins say it sounds mental, which means they're jealous. Are the Americans nice? Do they really eat everything with cheese? Is it true you can move things with your mind? Percy says that's impossible, but Percy also says fun is impossible, so I don't listen to Percy. Write back if you can. I don't have many friends. Well, I don't have any friends. I have brothers, which is sort of the opposite. Ron Weasley P.S. The owl is Errol. He's ancient. If he dies on the way back, it's not your fault. Harry read the letter 3 times, grinning wider each time. He sat at his desk and wrote back immediately. A long, rambling account of the school and the students and the training. Careful to omit anything Xavier had asked him to keep confidential, but filling the margins with the kind of details that made a place real. Bobby's frozen orange juice, Kurt's teleportation sulfur, the sound the danger room made when it powered up. He told Ron about Jean and Scott and McGonagall and the danger room, and the fact that Americans did, in fact, put cheese on things that shouldn't have cheese on them. He signed it, attached it to Hedwig, who accepted the task with professional efficiency and a contemptuous glance at the unconscious Errol, and watched her fly east until she was a white dot against the morning sky. Then he sat on his bed and held the letter and felt something warm and fragile bloom in his chest that had nothing to do with magic or mutation. A friend. Someone who wanted to know him. Someone who signed off with "I don't have any friends" with the casual honesty of someone who didn't know that those 5 words were the most powerful thing he could have said. Harry folded the letter carefully, put it in his desk drawer, and went to breakfast with a lightness in his step that Jean noticed immediately. "Good news?" she asked, sliding him a plate of toast. "The best kind. I think I made a friend." "You've made several friends, Harry." "Yeah, but this one's a wizard. I've got the set now." Jean threw a grape at him. He caught it with his telekinesis and floated it back to her plate, and she laughed, and Bobby asked what was funny, and Harry said nothing, and meant everything. 2 weeks in, the danger room sessions began. Harry's first session was a solo evaluation, Xavier watching from the control booth above, monitoring Harry's psychic output while a program ran him through a sequence of challenges. It started simple. Targets popped up from the floor and Harry had to knock them down with telekinesis. Then moving targets. Then targets that shot back, rubber projectiles, stinging but non-lethal, and Harry had to defend while attacking. He was terrible. Not at the power was fine, was excessive, was an ocean crashing through a garden hose. He could knock down any target in the room with a thought. The problem was precision. He'd aim for one target and flatten 3. He'd throw up a telekinetic shield against an incoming projectile, and the shield would extend 10 feet in every direction, blocking his own movement. He'd try to catch a rubber ball mid-flight and accidentally crush it to a dense pellet the size of a marble. "You're flooding," Xavier's voice said through the speakers. "Every action uses your maximum output. You need to learn gradation, 10%, 20%, 50%. Not everything requires full force. I don't know how to do less." Harry shouted back, dodging a rubber ball that hit the wall behind him hard enough to bounce back and clip his shoulder. "It's like trying to whisper when the only volume I have is a scream." Then learn to whisper, again. He ran the simulation 4 times. By the 4th run, he'd reduced his collateral damage by roughly half, which Xavier called progress and Harry called embarrassing. He stumbled out of the danger room drenched in sweat, his muscles aching, his head pounding, and found Scott leaning against the corridor wall with his arms crossed. "Better than I expected," Scott said, which from Scott was lavish praise. "I destroyed half the room. I destroyed the whole room my first time. And I didn't have the excuse of being 11. He pushed off the wall and fell into step beside Harry. "Your instincts are good. Your power is ridiculous. What you don't have is discipline, and discipline is what keeps you alive when the power isn't enough. When would the power not be enough? Scott stopped. Behind his ruby-red glasses, his expression was unreadable, but his voice carried a weight that made Harry pay attention. There are things out there that raw power can't solve, Harry. People who are smarter than you, more experienced than you, who have had years to plan for exactly the kind of threat you represent. If you rely on brute force, you'll win every fight until you meet someone who's figured out how to take your brute force away. And then you'll lose, and the loss will be permanent. He started walking again. The professor believes in peace. I believe in preparedness. Learn to think before you push and you'll be fine. Harry thought about this for the rest of the day. That evening, instead of his usual walk with Jean, he went to the sub-basement and spent 2 hours in the shielded room, alone, practicing with ping-pong balls. He held them in the air and moved them slowly, up, down, left, right, rotating, stopping, starting. He reduced his output incrementally, searching for the threshold between too much and just enough, the whisper that Scott and Xavier both wanted him to find. By the end of the session, he could hold 6 ping-pong balls in the air simultaneously, move them independently, and set them down without breaking a single one. It felt like climbing a mountain. It felt like the first real thing he'd ever accomplished. He went to bed that night and dreamed about the dark corridor in his mind, the one with the green light. In the dream, he walked toward it and the light pulsed and he felt something beyond the door, something cold and vast and aware, press against the other side. He stopped. He stood in the corridor of his own mind, 11 years old and terrified, and he said out loud in the dream, "Number." The pressing stopped. The green light dimmed. Harry woke up with his scar tingling and his sheets soaked with sweat, and the first gray light of dawn was creeping through the window, and Hedwig was watching him from her perch with her great amber eyes, and the mansion was quiet, and he was safe, and the word no echoed in his chest like a bell. The owl from Hogwarts arrived on a Friday afternoon. Not Errol this time, a sleek tawny owl that landed on Xavier's windowsill with bureaucratic precision and presented its leg with the air of a courier who expected a receipt. The letter bore the Hogwarts seal. Xavier opened it, read it, and his expression went very still. "What is it?" Harry asked. He'd been practicing levitation, actual magical levitation, Wingardium Leviosa, which he'd finally managed to perform without telekinetic contamination by the simple expedient of sitting on his hands while he cast. The feather had risen a foot off the table and stayed there for 30 seconds, and McGonagall had said adequate, which Harry now understood was her version of a standing ovation. "A new student," Xavier said. "Dumbledore is sending someone to join the program. A young wizard whose mutation manifested 2 weeks ago. His family has agreed, reluctantly it seems, to allow him to train here." "Who is it?" Xavier handed him the letter. Harry read it and felt something cold settle in his stomach. "Dear Charles, I write to inform you that Draco Malfoy, age 11, has been confirmed as a mutant wizard hybrid, following an incident at Malfoy Manor in which his empathic manipulation abilities manifested destructively. His father, Lucius Malfoy, has consented to a trial period at your institution, largely, I suspect, because the alternative is the public exposure of his son's mutation, which would be catastrophic for the Malfoy family's pureblood reputation. I must caution you. Draco has been raised in an environment of extreme pureblood ideology. He will arrive with prejudices, fears, and loyalties that run very deep. He is also frightened, though he will die before admitting it. Please handle him with care. The boy is not his father, not yet. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry set the letter down. Draco Malfoy. You know him. I met him in a robe shop. He called Muggle-born wizards mudbloods and told me his father thinks Dumbledore is ruining Hogwarts. Harry paused, but he was scared. Under all the arrogance, he was terrified. I could feel it. Xavier studied him. "You have good instincts about people, Harry. I'd like you to remember that feeling when Draco arrives. He will almost certainly be unpleasant. He will almost certainly say things that are hurtful and wrong. But he is 11 years old and he is coming here because he has nowhere else to go." "When does he arrive?" "Tomorrow," Harry nodded. He thought about the boy in the robe shop, the cold handshake, the rehearsed speech about families worth knowing, the fear signal pulsing beneath the surface like a second heartbeat. "I'll try," Harry said. "But if he calls anyone a mudblood here, Jean will eat him alive." "Jean will do nothing of the sort. Jean will be composed and professional and devastatingly correct, which is far more effective." Xavier almost smiled. "But yes, I'll warn him." Draco Malfoy arrived by portkey on a Saturday morning at 9 o'clock sharp, materializing on the front lawn with a trunk, a broomstick, and an expression of such concentrated contempt that it was almost impressive. He was exactly as Harry remembered, pale, pointed, immaculately dressed in clothes that screamed old money. His white blonde hair was combed with military precision. His posture was parade ground straight. He looked at the mansion, at the grounds, at the students who'd come out to watch the arrival, and his upper lip curled. "This is it," he said. "This is the famous Xavier School. It looks like a Muggle country club." Xavier wheeled forward, flanked by Aurora and Jean. "Welcome, Draco. I'm Professor Xavier. This is Aurora Munro and Jean Grey, two of our senior staff and students." Draco's gaze flicked to Jean and something shifted, a minute tightening around his eyes, a microflinch that Harry, standing on the front steps, caught only because he was looking for it. Draco's empathic abilities were reaching out, instinctively, reading the emotional landscape. And whatever he felt from Jean, the weight, the depth, the carefully contained enormity of her, spooked him. "Charmed," Draco said, and the word was armor. "I'll show you to your room," Jean said, entirely unfazed. "It's on the second floor near Harry's." Draco's head snapped toward the steps. He saw Harry, and surprise broke through the mask for one unguarded second before the contempt reassembled itself. "Potter, so it's true. The boy who lived playing at being a Muggle freak." The air on the lawn changed. Bobby stopped mid-conversation. Kitty, who'd been phasing absently through a railing, solidified with a sharp look. Kurt's tail flicked. Even Scott, who was leaning against a pillar and pretending not to watch, straightened slightly. Harry came down the steps. He kept his face neutral, his hands in his pockets, his telekinesis still. He stopped 3 feet from Draco and looked at him, not with anger, not with challenge, just with the steady, open look of someone who'd already decided to see past the performance. "Hey, Draco," he said. "Rough couple of weeks." The question landed like a stone in still water. Draco's mask flickered. For one instant, a fraction of a second, the scared boy from the robe shop surfaced. The one with the trembling hands and the rehearsed speeches and the father's voice playing on loop in his head. Then the mask snapped back. "I don't need your pity, Potter." Good, because that wasn't pity. That was one kid who's had a terrible summer recognizing another one. Harry turned and walked back up the steps. "Your room's next to mine. Jean'll show you. Dinner's at 6. Don't be late. Bobby freezes the leftovers and they never taste right after." He went inside without looking back. Behind him, he heard Draco say nothing, which, from Draco, was more eloquent than any response he could have given. Jean caught up with Harry in the corridor 10 minutes later, after depositing Draco in his room. "That was well done," she said. "He's going to be a nightmare." "Absolutely. But you didn't give him anything to push against. He came in swinging and you didn't swing back. That's going to confuse him, and confused is better than hostile." "Xavier told you to say that." "Xavier told me to observe. The analysis is my own." She bumped his shoulder with hers. "You're a natural with people, Harry. You just don't know it yet because nobody's ever given you people to be natural with." Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing. And Jean, who understood silence better than anyone he'd met, let him keep it. Draco's first week was precisely the disaster everyone expected and no one could prevent. He refused to eat in the dining hall. "I'm not sitting with these people." He refused to participate in group training. "My abilities are none of their business." He referred to the non-magical students as muggles with a sneer that Bobby said made him want to freeze Draco's entire wardrobe solid. He treated McGonagall, who'd arrived for her teaching rotation, with the elaborate deference of someone performing respect rather than feeling it, and he treated Xavier with outright suspicion, refusing to allow any psychic contact. "He's an empath," Xavier told Harry during their afternoon session. "Low-level, but growing. He can read emotions and, to some extent, influence them, nudge people toward feelings they're already inclined to feel. It's subtle, and I suspect he's been doing it unconsciously for years. It would explain a great deal about the Malfoy family's social influence." "Can he read me?" "Probably. Your psychic shielding is improving, but empathic sensing operates on a different frequency than telepathy. He likely knows exactly what you're feeling at any given moment. That's unsettling." "Indeed. It also means he knows you don't hate him, which is probably confusing him more than anything else." Harry thought about this during his next telekinesis exercise, a new one Xavier had introduced, involving holding 32 chess pieces in the air simultaneously and moving them according to a game Xavier played in his head, transmitting each move telepathically. It required Harry to split his focus 32 ways while also processing telepathic input, and it was the hardest thing he'd ever done, and he loved it. The breakthrough with Draco came unexpectedly, at 3 in the morning on a Wednesday. Harry woke to a sound, not loud, not alarming, just wrong. A vibration in the air, a low-frequency hum that his telekinetic sense registered before his ears did. He lay in bed and felt it, tracing it through the walls, and identified its source, the room next door. Draco's room. He got up, went to the corridor, and stood outside Draco's door. The humming was coming from inside, and it carried an emotional signature that Harry's developing empathic awareness, a secondary mutation Xavier said was emerging alongside his telekinesis, recognized immediately. Grief. Raw, unstructured, overwhelming grief pouring off Draco like heat from an engine, so intense it was bleeding through the walls and vibrating the air. Harry knocked. The humming stopped. Silence, long and hostile. "Go away, Potter." "You're broadcasting," Harry said through the door. "Your empathic output is vibrating the walls. I can feel it 3 rooms over. If you don't dial it back, you're going to wake Jean, and then she's going to come out here and be composed and professional about it, and that'll be worse than me." More silence. Then the door opened a crack. Draco looked terrible. His hair was disarranged, a state Harry suspected was, for Draco, equivalent to a normal person being on fire. His eyes were red-rimmed. His hands, visible in the gap between door and frame, were shaking. "I can't stop it," he said, and his voice was stripped of everything, the arrogance, the contempt, the armor. It was the voice of a frightened child. It keeps coming. The feelings. Everyone's feelings. All the time. And at night when everyone's dreaming, it's worse because their guards are down and I can feel everything they're feeling and I can't make it stop, and I haven't slept properly in 2 weeks and He stopped. He was breathing too fast, his chest heaving, and Harry recognized the pattern because he'd lived it, the spiral of a panic attack, the body betraying the mind's attempts at control. "Sit down," Harry said. "I'm not taking orders from Draco. Sit down." Draco sat. On the floor, right there in the doorway, his back against the frame, his knees drawn up. Harry sat down across from him, cross-legged in the corridor, and for a moment they just looked at each other, 2 11-year-old boys in pajamas on the floor at 3 in the morning, equally exhausted, equally lost. "Xavier can help you," Harry said. "The shielding techniques he teaches, they work. I've been doing them for weeks. You build walls in your mind, layers of them, and they filter out the noise, but you have to let him in. You have to let someone help you." My father says, your father isn't here. The words hung in the air. Draco's jaw tightened, and something flashed in his eyes, anger, yes, but also relief. The specific relief of having someone say the unsayable thing. My father says mutation is contamination, Draco whispered. He says the X gene is a sign of impure blood. He says what I am is wrong. Your father is wrong. Harry said it without heat, without judgment, just fact. I lived with people who told me the same thing for 10 years. They called me a freak. They locked me in a cupboard. They tried to beat the strangeness out of me. And you know what I learned? Draco said nothing. His eyes were wide and wet. I learned that the people who tell you you're broken are usually the ones who are afraid of what you'll become when you realize you're not. Silence. A long silence filled with the quiet sounds of a sleeping mansion, the hum of the ventilation, the creak of settling wood, the distant heartbeat of Cerebro beneath their feet. I'll talk to Xavier, Draco said finally. His voice was very small. Tomorrow, tomorrow. Harry stood up and offered his hand. Draco looked at it, the same hand he'd shaken in the robe shop, the same hand that had not swung back when Draco came in swinging, and after a moment that lasted a century, he took it. Harry pulled him to his feet. They stood in the corridor, awkward and exhausted, and Harry saw Draco's mask begin to reassemble itself, the armor clicking back into place piece by piece. This doesn't make us friends, Potter. Wouldn't dream of it, Malfoy. Good, good. Draco went back into his room and closed the door. Harry stood in the corridor for a moment, listening. The humming had stopped. The air was still. He went back to bed and lay in the dark and thought about fathers and fear and the things people say to their children that become prisons, and the three-part hum in his chest pulsed once, soft and warm, and he slept. Ready for Draco kept his word. He showed up at Xavier's office at 10 o'clock the next morning, dressed with his usual precision, hair restored to its militant perfection, face arranged in an expression of carefully calibrated indifference that fooled absolutely no one. Harry knew because he was coming out of the office as Draco was going in, his own morning session, a new exercise Xavier had devised involving telepathic shielding, building walls in his mind layer by layer like bricklaying with thought. They passed each other in the doorway. Draco didn't acknowledge him. Harry didn't expect him to. But as Draco passed, Harry felt the faintest brush of empathic contact. Not a push, not a manipulation, just a pulse of something that landed in Harry's chest like a small, warm stone. Gratitude. Grudging, half-strangled, already being suppressed, but unmistakable. Harry kept walking and said nothing, and behind him the office door closed. Xavier worked with Draco for 3 hours that first day. Harry didn't know the details. Xavier was scrupulously confidential about individual sessions, but the results were visible at dinner. Draco came to the dining hall. He sat at the end of a table, alone, eating with mechanical precision, and making eye contact with no one, but he was there, in the room, with people. And the empathic static that had been bleeding off him for days had dampened to a low murmur, barely perceptible. Bobby, who had the emotional sensitivity of a brick thrown through a window, immediately tried to engage him. "Hey, new kid, want some ice cream? I make it myself." Literally. Draco looked at Bobby's offered hand, which was generating a small sphere of vanilla ice cream directly from his palm. His expression suggested he was watching someone perform surgery with a butter knife. "That's disgusting," Draco said. "It's delicious, actually. The cold comes from me, not a freezer, so the crystal structure is tighter. Smoother mouthfeel." Bobby grinned. "Come on, live a little." Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then, with the air of a man accepting a dare he fully expected to regret, he took the ice cream. He ate it. His expression didn't change. But he didn't throw it away, and he didn't leave the table, and when Bobby asked, "Good, right?" Draco said adequate, which Harry, sitting 3 seats down and pretending not to watch, recognized as the Malfoy equivalent of a rave review. Small victories. The school was built on them. The week that followed was the most intensive of Harry's training so far, because McGonagall decided it was time to push. "You've mastered the theory of basic charms," she told him on Monday afternoon, pacing the study with her characteristic martial stride. "You can cast Lumos without blinding everyone in the building. You can perform Wingardium Leviosa without telekinetic contamination, provided you sit on your hands, which is not a sustainable combat strategy. It's time to see what happens when we add complexity." She set a teacup on the table. Transfiguration. The art of changing one thing into another. This is fundamentally different from charms, Mr. Potter, because charms add properties to an object while transfiguration changes its essential nature. "I want you to turn this teacup into a mouse." Harry stared at the teacup. "A living mouse? That is what mice generally are, yes. How?" "Intention, visualization, and the incantation, Faraverto." She demonstrated the wand movement, a precise arcane tap. "You must hold the image of the mouse in your mind, not a vague concept of mouse nest, but a specific, detailed mouse. Fur color, eye color, size, weight, the way it moves. The more detailed your visualization, the more complete the transfiguration." Harry raised his wand. He thought about mice, the ones he'd seen in the cupboard sometimes, quick and gray and bright-eyed, scurrying along the baseboards at night. He focused on one in particular, a small brown mouse that had visited regularly during his 8th year, the closest thing he'd had to a pet before Hedwig. "Faraverto." The teacup shuddered. Its handle softened and began to elongate, its surface rippled like water, its color shifted from white porcelain to brown, and then it exploded. Not violently, not dangerously, but comprehensively. The teacup deconstructed itself into its component molecules and reassembled into approximately 200 very small, very confused mice that scattered across the table and onto the floor in a chittering, panicking flood. McGonagall was on a chair in under a second, which Harry would have found hilarious if he hadn't been trying to contain 200 mice with telekinesis. He caught most of them, tiny furred bodies suspended in midair, legs churning, tails whipping, but at least 30 made it to the floor and disappeared under furniture and into corners with the desperate speed of prey animals who have suddenly discovered they exist. "Potter." I know. "I'm sorry, I visualized one mouse, but the power amplified and finite incantatum." McGonagall swept her wand in a wide arc. The airborne mice collapsed back into teacup fragments, handles and shards and chips of porcelain that rained down on the table in a ceramic hailstorm. The escaped mice, unfortunately, did not respond to the spell. They were too far from the original transfiguration point, and they had achieved, as McGonagall put it through gritted teeth, independent biological viability. "They're real mice now," Harry said. "They are real mice now. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. You have successfully created life from a teacup, which is a 7th-year achievement at minimum, and you've also infested Professor Xavier's house with rodents, which is grounds for expulsion from any institution with standards." It took 4 hours to catch all the mice. Bobby froze the corridors to slow them down. Kitty phased through walls to corner them. Kurt teleported into crawl spaces where no human could reach. Draco, who had been passing through the corridor during the initial incident and had been hit in the chest by a fleeing mouse, stood against the wall with an expression of absolute incredulity, and watched the chaos unfold with the slow-dawning realization that his life had taken a turn from which there was no recovery. Harry caught the last mouse at 7:30 in the evening, under a sofa in the common room. He cupped it in his hands and looked at it, tiny, brown, bright-eyed, breathing fast, and felt a sudden, fierce protectiveness. "Can I keep one?" he asked McGonagall, who had maintained an expression of compressed fury for the entire afternoon. "Absolutely not. He's alive, Professor. I made him. That feels like it should mean something." McGonagall looked at the mouse. The mouse looked at McGonagall, Something in the stern professor's expression softened by approximately 1 degree. "One," she said. "You may keep one. The rest are being returned to teacup form immediately." Harry named the mouse Teacup because he thought it was funny and because the mouse had been a teacup and deserved to remember where it came from. He set up a small habitat on his desk, a box with bedding and a water bottle and a tiny wheel that he'd assembled with telekinesis from spare parts. And Teacup settled in with the contentment of a creature who'd gone from ceramic vessel to living being in the space of an afternoon and had decided to make the best of it. Hedwig regarded the new arrival with naked predatory interest that Harry had to firmly discourage. "No," he told her. "He's family." Hedwig turned her back on both of them with magnificent disdain. The Danger Room session that changed everything happened on a Thursday. Xavier had been building toward group exercises for weeks, and the roster for this particular session was deliberately challenging. Harry, Scott, Jean, Bobby, and Draco. 5 students with wildly different power sets and, in Draco's case, almost no training. Xavier explained the scenario from the control booth. Urban environment. A simulated city block. Your objective is to reach the extraction point at the north end of the simulation while dealing with obstacles, hostile combatants, environmental hazards, and structural collapses. You work as a team. You protect each other. No one gets left behind. The Danger Room hummed to life. The featureless gray floor rippled, and suddenly they were standing on a city street, asphalt under their feet, buildings rising on either side, cars parked along the curb, a sky overhead that looked perfectly real but carried the faint shimmer of hard light projection. The detail was extraordinary. Harry could smell asphalt and exhaust and the distant ghost of rain. "This is incredible," he breathed. "Focus," Scott said. He'd shifted instantly into command mode, shoulders squared, jaw set, visor glowing faintly. Whatever else Scott was, he was a leader in crisis, and the transformation was immediate and total. Jean, telepathic sweep. Bobby, ice up. Harry, keep your TK ready but controlled. Malfoy, he paused. Stay behind me and don't touch anything. I'm not a child, Draco snapped. You've had 2 weeks of training. In here, that makes you a liability. Stay behind me. Draco's face went white with fury, but before he could respond, the first wave hit. They came from the buildings, hard-like constructs shaped like armored soldiers, moving fast, firing energy blasts that weren't real but stung like hell on impact. Scott's visor flared, and a crimson beam scythed through the first rank, demolishing 3 constructs and the front wall of a simulated building. Bobby threw up an ice wall that absorbed a volley of blasts, then launched ice projectiles from his hands with rapid-fire precision. Jean reached out with her telekinesis, different from Harry's. Harry noticed, smoother and more refined, like a surgeon's scalpel compared to his sledgehammer, and dismantled 4 constructs by pulling them apart at the joints. Harry threw up a telekinetic shield around the group, a dome of force that deflected incoming fire. It held, but it was too big, the same problem as always, full power, no gradation. He gritted his teeth and compressed it, pulling the dome closer, tighter, reducing its diameter until it was a skin-close barrier around the 5 of them. Good, Scott said. Advance. Harry maintained the shield, Bobby clear left, Jean clear right, move. They moved. It was chaos and coordination simultaneously, 5 people operating as a unit, each covering the others, each trusting the others to do their part. Harry held the shield and walked, and it was like carrying a weight on his shoulders that got heavier with each step, and sweat ran down his face, and the 3-part hum in his chest was screaming. And it was the hardest thing he'd ever done, and the best thing he'd ever done, and he was alive, truly alive, in a way he'd never been in the cupboard or the classroom or anywhere that had tried to make him small. The second wave was worse. More constructs, faster, flanking. A simulated building collapsed, the entire front facade coming down in a rain of hard light debris that was going to crush them. Harry reacted. He dropped the shield, threw both hands up, and caught the falling building. Not with his arms, with his mind. Tons of simulated concrete and steel hanging in the air above them, held by sheer telekinetic force. The effort was immense. His vision blurred. His nose started bleeding, a hot trickle over his lips. "Go!" he shouted. The team ran. Scott blasted a path through the construct soldiers. Bobby laid down an ice ramp that carried them over a burning car. Jean swept up Draco, who was stumbling, overwhelmed, his empathic sense flooding with the simulated panic of simulated civilians, and hauled him forward with telekinesis. Harry held the building. 5 seconds. 10. The weight was crushing, and the three-part hum was splitting apart, magic and telekinesis pulling in different directions. And for one terrible moment he felt the dark corridor in his mind pulse, the green light flaring, the fragment reaching for the chaos, trying to feed on his strain. He let the building go. It crashed behind them with a roar that shook the floor, and Harry staggered, and the world tilted, and he went to one knee on the simulated asphalt with blood dripping from his nose and his vision full of spots. Scott was there immediately, one hand on Harry's shoulder, steady and firm. "You good?" "Yeah." Harry wiped his nose. The blood was real even if the building wasn't. "Yeah, I'm good. Keep moving." They kept moving. The extraction point was visible now, a glowing marker at the end of the block. One more push. One more sprint through hostile territory, and they'd be. The construct that dropped from the rooftop landed directly on Scott. It was different from the others, larger, faster, shaped not like a soldier but like something with too many limbs, and a surface that absorbed Scott's optic blast instead of shattering under it. It knocked Scott flat, pinned him to the ground, and one of its limbs drew back to strike. Harry reached for it with telekinesis and hit the same problem as always, too much force. His TK slammed into the construct and threw it and into the street beneath, and the asphalt cracked and the ground buckled, and Scott shouted in pain as the shockwave rattled his pinned body. "Harry, stop!" Jean's voice, sharp and urgent. "You're hitting Scott." Harry pulled back. The construct was still on Scott, still pressing down, and Scott's visor was flickering. And if Harry used TK again, he'd hurt him worse. And if he didn't do something in the next 3 seconds, the simulation was going to injure Scott for real, safeties or not. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just reached, not with telekinesis but with magic, raw, wandless magic, the primal force that McGonagall said was will made manifest, and he said a word that he didn't know, that came from somewhere deep, somewhere old, somewhere that predated conscious thought. Reducto. The construct vaporized. Not broke, not shattered, ceased to exist. One moment it was there, a mass of hard light armor pinning Scott to the ground, and the next it was a cloud of dissipating light particles that drifted upward and vanished. Harry stood there with his hand extended and his eyes wide and no wand in his hand and blood still dripping from his nose, and he thought, "I didn't know that spell. I've never read that spell. How did I know that spell?" The simulation ended. The city dissolved, the buildings and cars and constructs fading like a dream, and they were standing in the bare gray danger room, all 5 of them, breathing hard, bruised and shaken and alive. Scott got to his feet slowly. His visor was cracked, the actual physical visor, not a simulation artifact. He'd have a bruise the size of a dinner plate across his ribs by morning. He looked at Harry, and behind the cracked ruby lens something shifted. "Thanks," he said. It was the first time he'd spoken to Harry without a qualifier or a reservation. "Sorry about the shockwave. We'll work on it." And then, impossibly, Scott smiled. A real smile, small and crooked and genuine. "Nice spell, though. Where'd that come from?" "I have no idea." "Cool. Very reassuring." Scott clapped him on the shoulder and limped toward the exit, and Harry stood in the danger room with the taste of copper in his mouth, and the three-part hum singing in his chest, and the absolutely certain knowledge that something had just happened that none of them fully understood. Jean stayed behind. Bobby and Draco filed out, Draco pale and shaking, Bobby uncharacteristically quiet, and Jean stood in the empty room and looked at Harry with those weighted green eyes. "You cast Reducto without a wand," she said, "without an incantation you'd learned, without any training in that spell." "Yeah, Harry, that's not how magic works. McGonagall has been very clear, spells require knowledge, intent, and focus. You can't cast a spell you've never learned." And yet, Jean crossed her arms. The weight behind her eyes was closer to the surface now, the phoenix stirring in response to the power it had sensed. Harry could feel it, a heat at the edge of his perception, like standing near a banked furnace. "When you cast that spell, I felt something," Jean said slowly. "Not from you, from the thing in your scar. It flared just for a second and the spell came out of it, not out of you, like it contributed." The corridor in Harry's mind, the green light, the fragment. "Voldemort knew that spell," Harry said. The realization was cold and clear and terrible. "The fragment, the piece of him in my scar, it knew the spell. And when I needed it, when I was desperate, it offered it." Jean said nothing for a long moment. The danger room hummed around them, cycling down, the projectors cooling with soft clicks. "We need to tell Charles," she said. "I know. And you need to be careful. If the fragment can provide knowledge, spells, information, abilities, it's not just a passive parasite. It's interactive. And interactive means it might have an agenda." "I know. Are you scared?" Harry thought about the question honestly. He thought about the dark corridor, the green light, the pressing presence behind the door. He thought about the spell erupting from his hand without his knowledge or consent, cast with power that wasn't his, drawn from a source that was the echo of the man who'd murdered his parents. "Yeah," he said. "I'm scared." "Good. Scared means you're paying attention." Jean stepped forward and pulled him into a hug. It was sudden and fierce and brief, and Harry's arms came up reflexively, not with telekinesis but with his actual arms wrapping around her. And for a moment he let himself be held by someone who understood, truly understood, what it was like to carry something inside you that could burn the world. She released him. "Come on. Charles will want to hear this." They left the danger room together, and the lights powered down behind them, and the gray walls were smooth and silent. And somewhere deep in Harry's mind, behind 7 layers of psychic shielding he'd spent weeks building, the green light pulsed once and was still. Xavier listened to their account in his office with his fingers steepled and his expression carefully blank, which Harry had learned meant he was thinking very, very fast behind very, very thick walls. "Reducto," he said. "A blasting curse. 4th-year Hogwarts curriculum according to Professor McGonagall's syllabi. Not a spell an untrained first-year should know, let alone cast wandlessly with enough power to vaporize a danger room construct." "It came from the fragment," Harry said. Jean felt it. "I felt it. When I needed the spell, the scar burned and the knowledge was just there, like a book opening to the right page." Xavier's steepled fingers tightened almost imperceptibly. "This changes our understanding of the fragment significantly. Dumbledore and I have been operating under the assumption that it was inert, a psychic scar tissue, essentially, left behind by the rebounding curse, if it can actively provide knowledge and power to its host." He trailed off. "It's not a scar," Jean said. "It's a connection." The word hung in the air like smoke. "A connection to Voldemort," Harry said, "to whatever's left of him. Potentially. Or to his knowledge, his memories, his skills, his magical repertoire. The fragment may contain a complete or partial copy of Voldemort's magical education, accessible to you under conditions of extreme stress." Xavier paused, which raises a deeply uncomfortable question. "Whether I should use it," Harry said. "Whether it's safe to use it. Whether each use strengthens the fragment. whether the fragment is deliberately offering power in order to create dependency, to make itself indispensable so that when the time comes to remove it, you won't want to let it go. The room was very quiet. Outside, through the window, Harry could hear students on the lawn, laughter, the thump of a basketball, Kurt's teleportation crack followed by Bobby's shout of protest. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. A world that didn't know about dark corridors and green light and the parasitic remnants of murdered Dark Lords. "I won't use it again," Harry said. "That may not be your choice. Under sufficient stress, your defenses drop and the fragment may act autonomously. Then I need better defenses, stronger walls, more control." Harry met Xavier's eyes. "That's been the answer to everything since I got here. More control, fine. Let's do more." Xavier studied him. Behind those calm blue eyes, Harry sensed the professor's mind working, assessing, calculating, running scenarios with the cold precision of someone who'd spent decades planning for the worst while hoping for the best. "I'm going to bring in additional help," Xavier said. "There's a technique, developed by wizards actually, called Occlumency, art of closing the mind against external intrusion. Dumbledore has recommended a practitioner who could teach you." "Who?" "A man named Severus Snape. He's a Hogwarts professor, potions master, I believe, and apparently one of the most accomplished Occlumens in the magical world. Dumbledore trusts him." "But," Harry heard the reservation in Xavier's voice, "but I've seen Professor Snape's file and his history is complicated. He was once a follower of Voldemort." Harry's stomach clenched. "A Death Eater. A reformed Death Eater, according to Dumbledore. He turned spy for the Order of the Phoenix before Voldemort's fall and has been Dumbledore's agent ever since." Xavier's tone was measured, factual. "I don't question Dumbledore's judgment on this, but I want you to have full information before you agree to someone entering your mind." "Let me think about it." "Of course." Xavier wheeled toward the door. "In the meantime, we increase your psychic shielding regimen. Double sessions. Jean will assist. And Harry, no more danger room group exercises until we understand the fragment's triggering conditions. I won't risk another involuntary activation." Harry nodded. Xavier left. Jean lingered. "Snape," she said, as though tasting the word. "Charles isn't wrong to be cautious. A former Death Eater teaching you to shield your mind, the same mind that contains a piece of the Death Eater's master. If Snape has any residual loyalty, Dumbledore trusts him. Dumbledore also trusts that Voldemort is gone. We're learning that Dumbledore's trust might have blind spots." She caught Harry's expression and softened. "I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying go in with your eyes open. And maybe practice your shielding with me first, so you've got a baseline before anyone else gets inside your head." "Deal." Jean left. Harry sat alone in Xavier's office and looked at the chess set on the desk. The same set Xavier used in his telekinesis exercises. 32 pieces that Harry could now hold and move independently, each one a node of concentration in a web of focused will. He reached out and lifted the white king, held it in the air, spinning slowly. Then the black king. 2 kings hanging in space, facing each other across an invisible board. 2 mentors, 2 schools of thought. Dumbledore, who trusted people, Xavier, who trusted precautions. And Harry in the middle, the piece both sides wanted to protect and neither side fully understood. He set the kings down and went to find Draco. Draco was in his room, sitting on his bed with his knees drawn up, a posture Harry recognized from the corridor conversation 2 weeks ago. The door was open, a small revolution for someone who'd spent his first week behind locked doors, and Harry knocked on the frame. "How are you doing? After the danger room?" Draco looked up. His face was composed, but his eyes were haunted, and the empathic aura around him carried the bitter aftertaste of humiliation. "Summers told me I was a liability," Draco said. "He was right. I stood there and did nothing while the rest of you fought. My powers are useless in combat. I can feel what people feel. Wonderful. Shall I empathize the enemy to death? Harry came in and leaned against the desk. Your powers aren't useless. They're different. In the danger room, you knew exactly when Scott was in danger before anyone else did. I saw your face. You felt his fear a full second before the construct landed on him. Draco blinked. Yes, I felt a spike of terror that wasn't mine. It was Scott's, projected outward as the construct dropped, but I didn't know what to do with the information. Next time you will. That's what training is for. Harry paused. And your powers aren't just defensive. Xavier said you can influence emotions, nudge people toward feelings they're already inclined to feel. In a fight, that's huge. You could amplify an enemy's fear, their doubt, their hesitation. You could make them flinch at the critical moment. That's not nothing, Draco. That's a weapon. Something shifted in Draco's expression. The humiliation receded, replaced by a considering look, the look of someone reassessing their own worth through a lens they'd never been offered. You're good at this, Draco said. The motivational speech. Where did you learn it? Jean does it to me 3 times a week. I'm just paying it forward. An almost smile. The first Harry had seen from Draco, fragile as a soap bubble, gone almost before it formed. But real, Potter. Yeah, in the corridor. When you said the people who tell you you're broken are afraid of what you'll become. Did you mean that? Every word. Draco looked at his hands, pale, fine-boned, still faintly trembling. The hands of a boy who'd been told his entire life that his value lay in his bloodline, his family name, his purity, and who discovered in one shattering moment that his own blood carried the thing his father hated most. My father wrote to me yesterday, Draco said. He said the trial period is almost over, and he expects me to return to the manor and attend Hogwarts as planned. He said this place is a pause, a swallow. He said it's a zoo for genetic defectives and he won't have a Malfoy associated with it. What do you want? The question seemed to stun Draco more than any spell could have. He opened his mouth, closed it, and for a long moment simply sat with the novel experience of being asked what he wanted by someone who might actually listen to the answer. I want to stay, he whispered. I want to learn to control this. I want to sleep through the night without drowning in everyone else's nightmares. I want to, his voice cracked. I want someone to tell me I'm not contaminated. Harry sat down on the bed beside him. Not close, a respectful distance, enough space for Draco's dignity, but present, physically undeniably present. You're not contaminated, Harry said. You're a mutant, you're a wizard, you're both, same as me, and you're staying. My father won't allow it. Then we'll deal with your father. Xavier's dealt with worse, ask him about Magneto sometime, and Dumbledore isn't exactly powerless. You don't know my father. But I know mine locked me in a cupboard for 10 years, my uncle, not my father, but same thing, and I got out. You'll get out too. Draco said nothing. But his hand stopped trembling and his empathic aura shifted, the bitter humiliation diluting, lightening, making room for something else. Not hope exactly. Not yet, but the space where hope might grow, if given enough light. They sat in silence for a while. And it was the silence of 2 people who'd started as enemies and arrived, by accident and necessity, at something that didn't have a name yet but had a shape, the shape of 2 boys on a bed in a mansion in New York, learning that the world was bigger than their fathers had told them. The attack came 3 weeks later, on a Sunday evening without warning. Harry was in the common room playing chess with Bobby, actual chess, with actual pieces, no telekinesis allowed, a handicap that made Harry mediocre and Bobby delighted. Jean was reading in the corner. Kurt was hanging upside down from the ceiling playing a guitar, which he claimed improved the acoustics. Draco was at a table doing homework, his quill scratching in the distinctive rhythm of someone raised on parchment and ink rather than computers. Kitty was phasing her hand through a table leg repeatedly, a nervous habit she did when she was bored. The evening was normal. The evening was safe. The evening ended at 7:47 p.m. when the front door of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters exploded inward, and three figures in black robes and white masks strode through the wreckage. Death Eaters. Harry knew them instantly, not from experience but from the scar, which erupted with pain so sudden and so severe that he doubled over, nearly falling off his chair. The fragment surged, and through the blinding agony Harry felt it, a cold exultation that wasn't his, a savage delight in destruction that tasted like poison and smelled like grave dirt. The first Death Eater raised a wand. Avada! Jean didn't let him finish. Her telekinesis hit him like a freight train, lifting him off his feet and slamming him into the wall with enough force to crack plaster. The wand flew from his hand and embedded itself in the ceiling. The killing curse died on his lips, uncast, and Jean Grey stood in the middle of the common room with her hand extended, and her eyes blazing and her hair floating around her head in a halo of telekinetic static. And she said, very calmly, "Not in my house." Everything happened at once. The second Death Eater fired a curse, a jet of violet light that scorched the air, and Bobby threw up an ice wall that absorbed it, the ice exploding into steam on contact but buying a crucial second. The third Death Eater apparated, vanished from the doorway and reappeared behind Kitty, who phased instinctively, the curse passing through her body without contact, and Kurt grabbed her and teleported both of them to the far side of the room in a crack of displaced air and brimstone. Scott came down the stairs 3 at a time, visor already live. His optic blast caught the second Death Eater square in the chest and launched him backward through the destroyed door and across the front lawn, where he landed in a heap and didn't get up. The third Death Eater spun toward Scott, wand rising, and Draco, who'd been frozen at the homework table, white-faced and shaking, did something no one expected. He reached out with his empathy and pushed. Not a nudge, not a gentle influence. A raw, uncontrolled blast of projected terror, every ounce of fear Draco had absorbed in his weeks at the school, every nightmare he'd drowned in, every spike of panic he'd felt from sleeping minds, compressed into a single empathic payload and hurled at the third Death Eater like a psychic grenade. The Death Eater screamed. It was a sound Harry would never forget, the scream of a person suddenly experiencing every worst fear they'd ever had simultaneously, a sound that came from a place beyond reason or dignity. The Death Eater dropped his wand, clawed at his mask, and collapsed to the floor in a fetal position, whimpering. The room was silent except for heavy breathing and the settling sounds of debris. Harry straightened up, one hand pressed to his scar, blood trickling between his fingers. The pain was receding, but the fragment was active, thrashing behind his shields, pressing against the walls Jean had helped him build, trying to reach the Death Eaters, trying to connect. "Everyone okay?" Scott's voice commanding, cutting through the shock. Nods, shaky nods, but nods. Bobby's hands were trembling, ice crackling uncontrollably across his fingers. Kitty was gripping Kurt's arm so hard her knuckles were white. Jean's eyes were still blazing, the phoenix very close to the surface, a red-gold shimmer in the air around her that made the temperature rise 3 degrees. And Draco was standing behind the homework table, his arms still extended, his face blank with shock at what he'd done. "Nice weapon," Harry said to him, and the words came out rough and blood-flecked, and Draco stared at him, and something in the boy's expression shattered and reformed. Xavier appeared from the elevator. He'd been in the sub-basement in Cerebro, and Harry could feel the professor's telepathic presence sweeping the grounds like a searchlight, checking for more intruders. 3, Xavier said. Only 3. The wards held against apparition into the interior. They could only breach the physical entrance. He looked at the destruction, the shattered door, the cracked walls, the unconscious Death Eaters, and his calm was absolute, but Harry felt the fury underneath it, cold and vast and controlled. Aurora has secured the perimeter. No additional hostiles. How did they find us? Jean demanded. This location is shielded. Magical wards, electronic countermeasures were invisible. Not entirely, it seems. Xavier's gaze went to the first Death Eater, the one Jean had slammed into the wall, now unconscious and bleeding from a cut on his forehead. We need to interrogate them, carefully. I want to know who sent them, how they found us, and what they were after. They were after Harry, Draco said. His voice was flat, toneless, the voice of someone stating a fact they wished weren't true. They were here for the boy who lived. My father, he stopped, swallowed. My father knows about this school. I wrote to him. I told him where I was. He must have, he could have. The silence was devastating. Draco looked at Harry. In his eyes was the raw, annihilating guilt of someone who just realized they might have led a wolf to the only sheepfold that had ever kept them safe. I didn't know, Draco whispered. Potter, I swear I didn't know he would. I believe you, Harry said. And he meant it not because he was certain, but because Draco's empathic aura was screaming the truth so loudly that even without training, every person in the room could feel it. The guilt was real. The horror was real. The slow, agonizing collapse of a boy's last illusion about his father was real. We'll sort it out, Harry said. But right now, we need to deal with them. He looked at the Death Eaters. The one Jean had flattened was unconscious. The one Scott had blasted was visible on the lawn, also unconscious. The one Draco had hit was still curled on the floor, whimpering, his mask askew. Harry walked over to the whimpering Death Eater and crouched beside him. He reached out with his telekinesis, gently, precisely, the fine control he'd spent weeks developing, and removed the mask. The face beneath was pale, sweating, unremarkable. A middle-aged man with thinning hair and watery eyes, now wide with the residual terror of Draco's empathic assault. Harry didn't recognize him, but the dark mark on his forearm, a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth, told him everything he needed to know. Who sent you? Harry asked. The man's eyes focused on Harry's scar, focused on the blood, and something changed in his expression, the fear shifting, curdling into a fanaticism that was somehow worse. The Dark Lord rises, the man whispered. He promised us. He promised us he would return, and you are the key, the boy with the scar. The boy with the connection. He can feel you, Potter. Wherever you are, whatever you do, he can feel you through the mark he left. Harry's blood went cold. He's not dead, the man continued, and his voice was rising, becoming fervent, evangelical. He's not gone. He's waiting. And every time you use the power he gave you, every time the scar burns, he gets stronger. You're feeding him, boy, every day a little more, he told us. He told us through Quirrell. That's enough, Xavier said, and the man's eyes went blank and his head lolled sideways and he was unconscious, dropped into dreamless sleep by a telepathic command so precise it was invisible. The room was very quiet. Harry stood up slowly. His scar was throbbing. The fragment was pressing against his shields with renewed urgency, and now he understood why. It wasn't just a parasite. It was an antenna, a beacon, a two-way channel between Harry Potter and whatever Voldemort had become, and every time it activated, it broadcast Harry's location to the darkest wizard in history. He can find me, Harry said. His voice was steady, which surprised him. Through the scar, he always knows where I am. Not necessarily, Xavier said, and his voice carried the careful optimism of someone constructing a solution in real time. The magical wards held against apparition. The Death Eaters found the physical location through Draco's letters, not through the scar connection. Voldemort or whoever is directing his followers may sense your emotional state through the fragment, but precise location requires more than that. With enhanced psychic shielding and reinforced wards, we can reduce the signal to noise. But not eliminate it. Not yet, but we will, Harry. I promise you we will find a way. Harry looked around the destroyed common room, at Bobby, whose ice was finally receding, at Kitty and Kurt, still holding onto each other. At Jean, whose phoenix glow was fading but whose eyes still carried that ancient, hungry fire. At Scott, visor powered down, standing guard at the shattered door. At Draco, who was sitting on the floor now, his back against the homework table, his face in his hands. These people had fought for him, not because they had to, not because they were ordered to, because they were here and he was here, and when the door exploded they had chosen, instantly and without hesitation, to put themselves between danger and the people they cared about. Family. The word surfaced in Harry's mind without invitation and settled there with the weight of truth. These people were his family. Not by blood, not by obligation, but by choice, the strongest bond there was. "Thank you," he said, "all of you." Bobby managed a shaky grin. "Don't mention it, literally. If my mom finds out I fought actual evil wizards, she'll pull me out of school." "I teleported into a wall," Kurt said, rubbing a bruise on his forehead. "But I teleported in the correct direction, which I feel deserves recognition." "I phased through a killing curse," Kitty said. "Which, can we just acknowledge how insane that is? A killing curse. Through me, I'm going to need therapy." "You're all getting debriefed," Scott said. "And then you're all getting first aid. And then we're reinforcing the wards and installing additional physical security. Move." They moved. Slowly, shakily, but they moved, students in a school that had just been attacked, picking themselves up and going forward because going forward was what they'd been trained to do. Harry went last. He paused in the destroyed doorway and looked out at the night, the dark lawn, the quiet trees, the sky full of stars that didn't care about dark wizards or mutant schools or boys with scars. Somewhere out there, Voldemort was waiting. Somewhere out there, Lucius Malfoy was scheming. Somewhere out there, the world was moving, and the intersection of magic and mutation was becoming a fault line that powerful people on all sides wanted to control. And somewhere out there, in a study in a house without a fixed address, Eric Laneshare received a phone call. He listened. He asked 3 questions. He hung up. He sat very still for a long time, the metal sphere on his desk orbiting his hand in slow, agitated circles. "Death Eaters," he said to the empty room. "Attacking children, attacking mutant children." The sphere stopped, compressed, became a sharp, angular thing, not a sphere anymore, but a point, a needle, a weapon. This is what happens when we rely on Charles's diplomacy. This is what happens when we trust the goodwill of humans and wizards and governments and institutions. Children bleed. He stood. He put on his coat. He picked up the helmet, the one that shielded him from Xavier's telepathy, and turned it in his hands, feeling its weight, its history, its purpose. "No more waiting," Eric said. "It's time to meet the boy." He put on the helmet and walked into the night, and the metal sphere followed him like a loyal dog, and the stars looked down on a world that was about to get considerably more complicated. Back at the mansion, long after the Death Eaters had been secured and the wards reinforced, and the students sent to bed with cups of hot chocolate laced with a mild sleeping draught that Hank McCoy had prepared, Harry sat in his room in the dark. Hedwig was on her perch, feathers ruffled. Teacup was in his habitat, running on his wheel, oblivious. The 3-part hum was quiet, not gone, just resting like a muscle after exertion. Harry held his wand in his lap and turned it over in his fingers. Holly and Phoenix Feather, the brother wand of Voldemort's. The wand that had chosen him in a shower of golden light, that had harmonized with his magic and his mutation and his self. He thought about what the Death Eater had said, that Voldemort could feel him, that the scar was a connection. That every time Harry used the fragment's power, Voldemort got stronger. He thought about Jean and the Phoenix, the vast, ancient thing she carried, always pressing, always testing. He thought about her words. "It's like carrying a star." He thought about Draco, sitting on the floor of a destroyed common room with his face in his hands, the last illusion about his father crumbling to dust. He thought about Ron's letter, "I don't have many friends," and Hermione, who he hadn't met yet but who Dumbledore had mentioned, another magical mutant hybrid whose invitation was pending. He thought about Xavier and Dumbledore, two chess players moving pieces on a board that was bigger than either of them could see. He thought about the name that had been mentioned twice now, the name attached to the portrait in the hallway and the fourth psychic event on Cerebro's records, Magneto, Eric Laneshire, the complicated man, the old friend. The world was large and dangerous and full of people who wanted to use him or stop him or save him. And Harry Potter was 11 years old, and he had a fragment of a Dark Lord in his skull and a power that scared the strongest telepath on Earth and a family of mutants and wizards who'd fought for him without being asked. He put the wand on his nightstand. He lay down. He closed his eyes. Behind his shields the green light pulsed, faint, distant, contained. "Not tonight," Harry whispered. The light dimmed. Harry slept, and the mansion settled around him, and the night was long, and the story was far from over, and somewhere over the Atlantic a snowy owl was carrying a letter to a red-haired boy in a crooked house, and the letter said, "Something happened. I'm okay. I'll tell you everything when I see you. Bring your brothers, the funny ones, not the bossy one. We're going to need all the help we can get." And in her habitat at the school, a small brown mouse who had once been a teacup ran on her wheel in the dark, and the wheel turned, and the night turned, and the world kept spinning toward whatever came next. Chapter 3. The weeks after the Death Eater attack changed the texture of life at Xavier's school in ways both visible and invisible. The visible changes were immediate. The shattered front door was replaced with reinforced steel, overlaid with a Fidelius-adjacent ward that Dumbledore himself came to cast, not a full Fidelius, which would have made the school unfindable and therefore useless as a school, but a layered concealment charm that required specific knowledge to breach. The grounds were fitted with motion sensors that Hank McCoy integrated with Xavier's existing security network, creating a hybrid system that tracked both physical movement and magical energy signatures. Aurora established weather monitoring patterns above the estate, subtle shifts in atmospheric pressure that would alert her to apparition disturbances within a 3-mile radius. Scott organized patrol rotations among the senior students, which he ran with the precision of a military operation and the obsessive thoroughness of someone who'd watched his home get breached and had no intention of letting it happen again. The invisible changes ran deeper. The students were quieter. Not subdued, these were teenagers, and teenagers have a biological imperative toward noise that no amount of trauma can fully suppress, but watchful in a way they hadn't been before. Conversations carried an edge. Laughter came a beat later. Bobby still froze his orange juice, Kurt still teleported into rooms without warning, Kitty still phased through walls mid-sentence, but underneath the normalcy was a new awareness, the particular alertness of people who have learned that safety is a thing that can be taken. Harry felt it most acutely because his scar felt it. Since the attack, the fragment had been restless, not active, not pressing against his shields the way it had during the fight, but stirring, turning in its sleep. The green light in the dark corridor of his mind pulsed at irregular intervals, and each pulse brought a flash of something, not a thought, not a vision, but a sensation. Cold, hunger, anticipation, as though whatever remained of Voldemort was dreaming, and the dreams were getting more vivid. Xavier doubled Harry's shielding sessions. Jean worked with him every evening, building wall after wall in his mindscape, thick, layered constructions of psychic force that Harry reinforced with both telekinesis and magic, braiding the three systems together into a defense that was stronger than any one of them alone. It was exhausting work. Harry would emerge from the sessions drained, headachy, and ravenous, and Jean would hand him a chocolate bar and sit with him on the back steps while he ate it and stared at the darkening sky and tried to feel normal again. "The walls are holding," Jean told him one evening 3 weeks after the attack. They're strong, Harry, stronger than most adult psychics could build, but they're passive, they block, but they don't push back. If the fragment gets more active, blocking might not be enough. What's the alternative? Occlumency, the wizard technique Xavier mentioned. It's not just shielding, it's active mental discipline. The ability to organize your thoughts, compartmentalize your emotions, and present a blank surface to anyone trying to read you. A good occlumency doesn't just block intrusion. They make intrusion impossible by removing every handhold. And that requires Snape. That requires someone who can teach it, and Snape is apparently the best. Jean pulled her knees up to her chest. Dumbledore sent word this morning. Snape has agreed to come. He'll be here next week. Harry said nothing for a moment. The evening breeze moved through the trees, carrying the smell of cut grass and distant rain, Aurora's weather patterns, a constant low-level atmospheric adjustment that had become as much a part of the school's background as the hum of Cerebro. Jean. The Death Eater, the one who talked about Quirrell. Xavier knocked him out before he could say more. Has anyone followed up on that name? Jean's expression tightened. Charles has been in contact with Dumbledore about it. Quirinus Quirrell is the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. He spent the last 12 months traveling Albania, Eastern Europe, Turkey. Dumbledore says he came back changed. Nervous, stuttering, wearing a turban he refuses to remove. A turban. A turban. Charles thinks it's possible that Quirrell encountered whatever remains of Voldemort during his travels and was compromised, possessed maybe, or co-opted. And he's teaching at Hogwarts right now, around children. Dumbledore says he's monitoring the situation. Monitoring? Harry's voice was flat. There's a potentially Voldemort-possessed teacher at Hogwarts and Dumbledore is monitoring. Dumbledore plays a long game. Charles does too, honestly. They both prefer to watch and wait and gather information before acting. It's a strength and a weakness. Jean met his eyes. I know it's frustrating. I know you want to do something. But right now, the most useful thing you can do is get stronger. Master your abilities. Build your defenses. Because when the time comes to act, and it will come, you need to be ready. Harry closed his eyes. The three-part hum in his chest pulsed, and for a moment he held all of it, the fear, the anger, the impatience, the determination, and let it pass through him like water through a net, keeping nothing, rejecting nothing. A technique Xavier had taught him, emotional neutrality, the eye of the storm. Okay, he said, I'll be ready. The letter from Hermione Granger arrived the next morning. It was not like Ron's letter. Ron's letter had been messy and warm and full of personality. Hermione's letter was 4 pages long, written in a small, precise hand, and contained more information per square inch than most encyclopedias. Dear Harry, my name is Hermione Granger. Professor Dumbledore visited my parents last month and informed us that I am a witch, which was surprising, and that I also carry something called the X gene, which was even more surprising. He explained the joint program at Professor Xavier's school and offered me a place, which my parents have accepted after considerable deliberation and a background check on the institution that my mother, she's a dentist and extremely thorough, conducted independently. Professor Dumbledore tells me that my mutation is cognitive in nature, enhanced information processing, pattern recognition, and memory retention. Professor Xavier confirmed this via a long-distance cerebro scan, with my consent, naturally, and described it as the most efficiently organized mind he'd encountered in a non-telepath. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or a clinical observation, but I've chosen to take it as both. I have read the following in preparation for my arrival. Hogwarts, a history, the standard book of spells, grades 1 through 4, a beginner's guide to transfiguration, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, a history of mutant kind by Dr. Maura MacTaggart, and Professor Xavier's published papers on psychic phenomenon, which are fascinating but occasionally impenetrable. I have questions, 47 of them to be specific. I've enclosed them on a separate sheet. Please answer at your convenience. I look forward to meeting you. Hermione Granger. P.S. I've also read about you, the boy who lived. The accounts are contradictory and poorly sourced. I'd prefer to form my own assessment. Harry read the letter twice, examined the attached sheet of 47 questions, ranging from, what is the danger room's hard light refresh rate? To, has anyone studied the interaction between magical cores and X-gene expression at the molecular level? To the disarmingly simple, are the other students nice? And felt a grin spreading across his face. He wrote back immediately, answering as many questions as he could, about 30. Some of the technical ones were beyond him, and ending with, the other students are nice. Some of them are also weird, loud, and occasionally blue. You'll fit right in. He showed the letter to Draco, who read it with his eyebrows climbing steadily higher. She read grades 1 through 4 before starting first year, Draco said. That's either impressive or pathological. I think it might be both. Is she pureblood? Harry gave him a look. It was a look he'd been refining over weeks. Not angry, not accusatory, just steady and patient and quietly immovable. The look of someone who was going to wait until Draco heard himself. Draco heard himself. He had the grace to look slightly uncomfortable. I wasn't asking because it's a reflex. My father always, I know, but you're not your father. A pause. The familiar flicker of something in Draco's eyes, the war between the voice in his head and the person he was becoming. Muggle-born? Draco asked, more carefully this time. Yeah, Draco processed this, and a mutant. Enhanced cognition. Her brain processes information faster and more efficiently than normal human limits. Xavier says she's essentially a biological supercomputer. Draco seemed to be searching for the right word. His pureblood vocabulary offered contemptible, his training at Xavier's offered remarkable, and the word that came out was somewhere between the two, unusual. Progress, Harry said. Shut up, Potter. But Draco didn't walk away, and the almost smile ghosted across his face again. That fragile, quickly hidden expression that Harry was learning to watch for. The way a gardener watches for the first green shoot after a long winter. Hermione arrived on a Tuesday. She came by the same private jet Harry had taken, and she stepped off it carrying 2 suitcases, a backpack stuffed with books, and an air of concentrated determination that preceded her like a weather front. She was small, brown-haired, with large front teeth and bright brown eyes that moved constantly, cataloging everything they saw. Harry met her on the tarmac with Jean and Scott, and the first thing she did was shake his hand with a grip that was surprisingly firm, look at his scar with an expression of clinical interest rather than awe, and say, "You didn't answer question 31. About the interaction between telekinetic force vectors and magical energy fields. I assume you don't know." "I don't know," Harry confirmed. "That's fine. We'll figure it out together. Is this the school?" She was already looking past him, toward the SUV, toward the road, toward whatever came next. Her mind was a visible thing. You could almost see it working, processing, sorting, filing, building frameworks and filling them with data. Harry's developing psychic sense brushed against it and recoiled slightly, not from hostility but from sheer speed. Hermione's mind didn't hum, it hummed at a frequency so high it was almost ultrasonic. "Hermione," Jean said, stepping forward with a smile. "I'm Jean Grey. Welcome. Harry's told us a lot about you. You're the telepath, the one with the Phoenix Force." Hermione said this the way someone might say you're the one with the interesting thesis. "I have questions about psychic entity symbiosis. The literature is remarkably thin." "The literature is thin because I'm one of the only cases," Jean said. "But I'm happy to talk about it, after you've settled in." Hermione nodded, a brisk, efficient nod that managed to convey both gratitude and impatience, and climbed into the SUV with her books and her suitcases and her 47 questions and her whirring, brilliant mind, and Harry watched her go and thought, "We're going to be fine. Whatever comes, with a brain like that on our side, we're going to be fine." He was wrong about that, but not in the way he expected. Hermione's integration into the school was both smoother and rougher than Harry's had been. Smoother because she arrived with more knowledge, more preparation, and a personality that treated obstacles as data to be processed rather than threats to be feared. Rougher because Hermione Granger, for all her intelligence, had the social instincts of a textbook. She corrected people, constantly, automatically, with sources. Bobby said something about ice being the densest form of water, and Hermione informed him, mid-sentence, that ice was actually less dense than liquid water, which was why it floated, and that the densest form of water occurred at 4 degrees Celsius, citing the specific study. Bobby stared at her, ice cream slowly melting on his fingers, and said cool, which was both a pun and a retreat. She corrected Kurt on the physics of teleportation. She corrected Kitty on the quantum mechanics of phasing. She corrected Scott on tactical formations, citing historical military examples that were, Harry had to admit, entirely relevant and also spectacularly unhelpful in the middle of a danger room briefing. "She's going to get herself killed," Scott told Harry after the 3rd day. "Not by enemies, by Bobby. She doesn't mean to be. I know she doesn't mean to. That's what makes it worse. She genuinely can't tell the difference between being helpful and being insufferable." Scott rubbed his temples beneath his visor. "Talk to her," Harry tried. He found Hermione in the library, where else, surrounded by a fortress of books, cross-referencing Xavier's published papers with McGonagall's magical theory texts and making notes in a handwriting so small and dense it looked like code. Hermione. She didn't look up. "People are struggling with the correcting thing." She looked up. "What correcting thing?" "The thing where you correct everyone about everything all the time." Hermione's expression went through several stages. Confusion, followed by review, followed by recognition, followed by a defensive tightening that Harry recognized from Draco, the armor going up. "I'm not trying to be rude," she said stiffly. When someone says something inaccurate, I feel it. Physically, it's like a wrong note in a piece of music. My brain flags it and I can't not respond. It's not a choice, Harry, it's how my mutation works. The enhanced cognition doesn't have an off switch." Harry sat down across from her. "I believe you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying the delivery matters." "The delivery? The way you tell people they're wrong." Bobby doesn't care about the density of water. He was making conversation. When you corrected him with a citation, it felt like you were saying his conversation wasn't worth having. Hermione's mouth opened, then closed. Behind her eyes, that furious processing speed, he could almost hear it, gears meshing, data reorganizing. "That's not what I meant." "I know, but communication isn't just about what you mean. It's about what the other person hears. Jean taught me that." A long silence. Hermione's hands were flat on the table, pressing down as though anchoring herself. "I've never been good at this," she said quietly. "The people part. I was always the smartest person in every room, and I thought that if I was smart enough, everything else would follow. But it doesn't. Intelligence doesn't make you likable. It makes you useful, which is not the same thing. You're likable, Hermione. You just need to let people discover it instead of burying it under citations." She looked at him, really looked, not processing, not analyzing, just seeing, and her eyes were bright with something that might have been tears if she'd been someone who cried easily, which she wasn't. "Ron said something similar in his letter," she said. "He said, and I quote, 'Please don't be the kind of smart that makes people feel stupid. Be the kind of smart that makes people feel clever for knowing you.' Ron said that." I was equally surprised. A small smile, the first genuine one he'd seen from her. "He's coming next month, isn't he?" "That's the plan. Dumbledore's arranged it with his parents." "Good." She picked up her quill, paused, and set it down again. "Harry." "Yeah, Thank you for telling me instead of just enduring me. That's what friends do. The word landed, and Hermione Granger, genius, mutant, witch, and hopeless overthinker, allowed herself to accept it. Snape arrived on a Thursday. He came by portkey, materializing on the front lawn at precisely 9 o'clock, and Harry knew immediately that everything Jean had warned him about was insufficient preparation. Severus Snape was tall, thin, dressed entirely in black robes that moved around him like they were part of his body. His hair was lank and dark, framing a sallow face dominated by a hooked nose and two black eyes that contained roughly the same warmth as a midwinter midnight. He looked at the mansion the way Draco had, with contempt, but where Draco's contempt had been armor, Snape's was architecture. It was built in. It was structural. It was the face of a man who had looked at the world, made a thorough assessment, and found it wanting. Xavier met him at the door. The two men regarded each other with the careful neutrality of predators sharing a water source. "Professor Snape, thank you for coming. I am here because Dumbledore asked, not because I believe this venture has merit." Snape's voice was low, precise, and layered with enough venom to qualify as a biological weapon. "Where is the boy?" "Harry is in his afternoon session. He'll be available at 4. "I did not ask when he would be available. I asked where he is." Xavier's expression didn't change, but something in the air shifted. A subtle pressure, a reminder that the man in the wheelchair was the most powerful telepath on the planet and did not appreciate being spoken to like a servant. "Harry is in a shielded room in the sub-basement, and he is available at 4. I'm sure you understand the importance of respecting a student's schedule." Snape held Xavier's gaze for a long, loaded moment. Then his lip curled, not a smile, not a sneer, but something between the two that managed to convey both acknowledgement and contempt simultaneously. 4 o'clock, Snape said. "I'll be in whatever passes for a library in this establishment." He swept past Xavier and into the mansion, and his robes billowed behind him with a dramatic flair that Harry, watching from the second-floor window, found simultaneously impressive and ridiculous. "He's terrifying," Hermione said from behind him. She'd been watching too. "I've read about him. Youngest potions master in a century, published extensively. Brilliant by all accounts, and a former Death Eater. Reformed, Dumbledore's spy. The accounts are contradictory on his motivations but consistent on his competence." She paused. "Harry, be careful. Occlumency requires the teacher to enter the student's mind. If Snape has any agenda beyond teaching—" "I know, Jean said the same thing." Harry watched Snape cross the foyer below, a dark figure cutting through the warm, sunlit space like a shadow through water. "But I need this, Hermione. The fragment is getting stronger. I can feel it. And blocking isn't enough anymore. I need to learn to fight it from the inside." Hermione nodded. She didn't argue, which told Harry more about her assessment of the situation than any analysis could have. When Hermione Granger didn't argue, it meant she'd already calculated the odds and concluded that the risk was necessary. 4 o'clock came like a verdict. Harry walked into the shielded room and found Snape standing in the center of it, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the bare walls and padded surfaces with the disdain of a sommelier inspecting a gas station wine selection. "Sit down, Potter." Harry sat. Snape remained standing, looming over him with the practiced menace of someone who'd spent years perfecting the art of intimidation as a teaching tool. "Dumbledore tells me you have a fragment of the Dark Lord in your skull," Snape said. No preamble, no warmth, no easing into it. "He tells me your mutant abilities have complicated the situation. He tells me you require Occlumency training to contain and eventually neutralize the fragment." Snape paused. "What Dumbledore has not told me, because Dumbledore never tells anyone everything, is how powerful the fragment has become, so I will assess that for myself. Do not resist. Do not shield. Open your mind. Xavier said I should never let anyone in without shields. Xavier is a muggle who reads minds with genetic parlor tricks. Occlumency is a magical discipline that requires magical access. Your mutant shields are irrelevant to this process. They block telepathy, not legilimency. They operate on different frequencies entirely. Snape raised his wand. I will say this once. Legilimency is not telepathy. It is not a gentle psychic scan. It is the magical penetration of the mind's defenses. It will be uncomfortable. It may be painful. And you will submit to it because the alternative is allowing the Dark Lord's splinter to grow until it consumes you. Do you understand? Harry met Snape's black eyes. Behind them he sensed nothing. Not blankness, not absence, but a wall so complete and so seamlessly constructed that it might as well have been the inside of a coffin. Snape's mind was invisible, not shielded the way Xavier's was, with layers and structures and architecture, simply not there, as though the man had erased his own psychic signature entirely. I understand, Harry said. Then we begin. Legilimens. The spell hit Harry like a door being kicked open. Not a physical blow, a psychic one. Snape's consciousness driving into Harry's mind with surgical precision, bypassing his mutant shields entirely just as Snape had predicted, going straight through the telekinetic barriers and the psychic walls and the layered defenses Jean had spent weeks building as though they were made of tissue paper. And Harry's mind opened, and Snape was inside it, and everything was exposed. The cupboard, the hunger, Uncle Vernon's fist, Aunt Petunia's cold eyes, Dudley's laughter, the broom swinging toward his head, the door exploding, the broom dissolving, the flight to the manor house, the chocolate cake, the word we. Snape moved through the memories with ruthless efficiency, discarding what didn't interest him, pausing at what did. He lingered on the moment of manifestation, the telekinetic surge, the dual expression of magic and mutation, and Harry felt Snape's assessment, clinical and detached, powerful but chaotic, undisciplined, dangerous. Then Snape reached the corridor, the dark corridor in Harry's mindscape, the one with the green light, the door behind which the fragment lived, pulsing, pressing, waiting. Snape stopped. Harry felt the potion's master's consciousness go very still, the specific stillness of someone who recognizes what they're looking at and wishes they didn't. Through the legilimency link, Harry caught a flash of something from Snape, not a thought but an emotion, raw and quickly suppressed, grief. Deep, old, structural grief, the kind that has been carried so long it has become part of the carrier's skeleton. Then the flash was gone, sealed behind Snape's impossible walls, and his voice came through the link, cold and clear. Show me the fragment. Harry led him to the door. Not physically, mentally, navigating his own mindscape, walking the dark corridor with Snape's presence beside him like a shadow's shadow. The green light grew brighter as they approached, and the fragment stirred, and Harry felt it recognize Snape. Not with surprise, with familiarity. The fragment knew Snape, knew the shape of his mind, the taste of his magic, the specific frequency of his consciousness. And Harry, standing in the corridor of his own mind with his enemy's remnant pressing against the door and his teacher's grief bleeding through the walls, understood something that Snape had not wanted him to understand. Snape had been close to Voldemort, not just a follower, close. Close enough that the Dark Lord's psychic residue recognized him the way a dog recognizes its owner's scent. And Snape's grief, the old, structural, load-bearing grief, was not about Voldemort at all. It was about someone else, someone connected to Harry, connected to the scar, connected to the night it was given. Harry's mother, Lily. The realization bloomed in Harry's mind like a flower opening in fast forward, and Snape felt it, felt Harry understanding, and the legilimency link shattered. Harry was back in the shielded room, gasping, his scar burning, tears streaming down his face from the psychic impact. Snape was 3 steps back, his wand at his side, his face whiter than Harry had ever seen a living person's face. His black eyes were wide, and in them was something Harry recognized from the corridor. Grief, fury, and fear, the specific fear of a secret exposed. "You," Snape's voice was barely a whisper. "You saw. You loved her," Harry said. "My mum, you loved my mum." The silence that followed was so total, so absolute, that Harry could hear his own heartbeat in his ears and the distant hum of Cerebro beneath the floor and the faint, almost inaudible sound of Severus Snape's careful, meticulous 30-year composure cracking along a fault line he'd thought he'd sealed forever. Snape's wand hand trembled, one tremor quickly suppressed. His jaw tightened. His eyes, which had been wide and exposed, narrowed, and the walls came back, not gradually but all at once, slamming down like blast doors, sealing the grief and the fear and the truth behind a surface so smooth and so hard that not even Xavier could have found a handhold. "The lesson is over," Snape said. His voice was level, dead level, the voice of a man speaking from the bottom of an ocean. "We will resume tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Do not be late." He turned and walked out of the room. His robes didn't billow. His step didn't falter. He was perfectly controlled, perfectly composed, and perfectly, unmistakably shattered. Harry sat in the shielded room alone and pressed his hands against his scar and breathed. He didn't tell Jean what he'd seen. He didn't tell Xavier. He didn't tell Hermione or Ron, whose arrival was now 2 weeks away, or Draco, who had become, against all probability, someone Harry talked to in the late hours when the mansion was quiet and the world felt too large. He kept Snape's secret because he understood, with an instinct that owed nothing to telepathy or empathy or any mutation, that some things were sacred, that a man's grief for a woman he'd loved and lost was not data to be processed or intelligence to be shared. It was a wound, and wounds deserved privacy. But the knowledge changed things. It changed the way Harry looked at Snape in their subsequent sessions, the harshness recoded as protection, the coldness recognized as distance maintained because closeness was unbearable. It changed the way Harry submitted to the Legilimency exercises, which were brutal and exhausting, and left him wrung out like a dishcloth, because he understood now that Snape wasn't just teaching him. Snape was trying to save him, saving Lily's son the way he hadn't been able to save Lily herself. And it changed the way Harry fought the fragment, because he'd seen Snape's grief and he'd felt the fragment's recognition, and he understood now that the piece of Voldemort in his head had memories too. Memories of Snape, memories of Lily, memories of the night in Godric's Hollow, the green flash, the screaming, the moment when everything ended and everything began. The fragment was not just power. It was a person, a broken, scattered, monstrous person, but a person nonetheless, with a history and a perspective and a claim on Harry's mind that went deeper than psychic residue. And Harry was going to have to face it. Not block it, not contain it, not shield against it. Face it, understand it, and ultimately choose what to do with it, but not yet, not today. Today there was training to do and friends to make and a world to learn, and the 3-part hum in his chest was singing, and the sun was shining on the grounds of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, and somewhere out there a complicated man in a helmet was getting closer. Eric Laneshare arrived on a Monday. He did not knock. Harry was in the garden behind the mansion, practicing a new exercise Xavier had devised, levitating every metal object within a 50-foot radius simultaneously, and arranging them into geometric patterns. It was an exercise designed to develop spatial awareness and multi-object coordination, and Harry was getting good at it. Nails, screws, coins, belt buckles, zipper pulls, anything metallic within range lifted at his command and orbited him in a slowly rotating constellation. Hermione sat nearby, taking notes and occasionally calling out pattern suggestions. Draco watched from the bench, pretending to read but actually tracking every movement with the covert fascination of someone who'd never admit he was impressed. The constellation shattered, not because Harry lost control, Because something else took it. A force that reached into his telekinetic field and plucked the metal objects out of his grip the way an adult takes toys from a child. Every piece of metal within 50 feet, the nails, the screws, the coins, the garden bench's iron legs, the zipper on Draco's jacket, the fillings in Hermione's teeth, snapped to attention, trembling, orienting toward a single point. A man stood at the edge of the garden. He was tall, lean, older but not old, with silver hair swept back from a face that was handsome and hard, and carried the particular gravity of someone who had survived things that should have killed him and drawn conclusions from the experience. He wore a long dark coat and no helmet. Harry noticed that specifically later and understood its significance, and his eyes were gray and sharp and settled on Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with hostility and everything to do with interest. Every piece of metal in the garden hung in the air around him like a halo of steel. "Hello, Harry," said Eric Laneshare. "I've been wanting to meet you for some time." Ready for Harry didn't move, didn't reach for his wand, didn't flare his telekinesis. He stood in the garden with the autumn sunlight on his face and every instinct screaming, and he did the hardest thing he'd ever done. Nothing. "Magneto," Harry said. "Eric, please." Magneto is a title for battlefields, and this isn't one. Eric released the metal objects gently. They drifted back to the ground like leaves settling after a gust, the nails and coins and screws landing in neat rows on the grass. Draco's zipper relaxed. Hermione's hands came away from her jaw where she'd been clutching her face in alarm. "I apologize for the teeth. Magnetic fields aren't subtle instruments. You're not supposed to be here." Draco was on his feet, pale, his empathic sense broadcasting alarm in waves that Harry felt like heat. "The wards. How did you get through the wards?" "The wards are designed to detect magical intrusion and block apparition. I am not magical and I did not apparate. I walked through the front gate." Eric smiled. It was a warm smile, genuinely warm, and that was what made it dangerous. Charles's security has always had a blind spot for the direct approach. "The professor will know you're here," Hermione said. Her voice was steady, but Harry could see her processing, calculating distances, exit routes, threat assessments, running scenarios at a speed that would have made a computer jealous. "Cerebro will have detected you." "Cerebro detects psychic signatures. I'm wearing a small device that dampens mine, not the helmet, something subtler. Charles will notice eventually, but we have a few minutes, and all I want is a conversation." Eric looked at Harry. "May I sit?" Harry considered refusing, considered shouting for help, considered reaching out with his telekinesis and throwing this man across the garden and through the perimeter wall. He could do it. He knew he could do it. The three-part hum was ready, coiled, waiting for the word. Instead he said, "There's a bench." Eric sat. Harry remained standing, 10 feet away, with Hermione on his right and Draco on his left, and the three of them faced the most dangerous mutant on Earth across a stretch of English garden that smelled like grass and wood smoke. "You're angry," Eric said to Harry. "You think I'm here to recruit you, to use you, are you? I'm here to offer you something no one else will, honesty." Eric leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. Without the helmet, without the cape, without the battlefield, he looked like what he was, an old man, lean and weathered, carrying something heavy. "Charles will teach you peace. Dumbledore will teach you duty. Snape will teach you control. All valuable, all incomplete. None of them will tell you the truth about what you are because the truth frightens them. And what am I? A bridge. The first person in recorded history who exists in both worlds, magical and mutant, with full expression of both. You are living proof that the divide between these worlds is artificial, that the X gene and magical ability are not separate phenomena but branches of the same evolutionary tree." Eric's voice was calm, measured, devoid of the fanaticism Harry had expected. This wasn't a sermon. This was a thesis. Charles believes in coexistence, mutants living alongside humans in peace. Dumbledore believes in separation, the magical world hidden behind statutes and secrecy. Both of them are maintaining walls. And you, Harry, are the crack in every wall they've built. That sounds like a recruitment speech. It sounds like the truth, which is why no one else is saying it. Eric sat back. I'm not going to ask you to join me. I'm not going to ask you to fight anyone. I'm going to ask you a question and I want you to think about it, not answer it today. Will you do that? Harry looked at Hermione. Her expression said proceed with caution but gather data. He looked at Draco. Draco's expression said I can feel that he means it, the empathic read confirming the words. Ask, Harry said. When the time comes, and it will come, sooner than anyone wants, when you have to choose between Charles's peace and Dumbledore's duty and the world's fear, what will you choose for yourself? Not for them. Not for the schools. Not for the causes, for yourself. Eric stood. That's all. That's the question. He turned to leave. Then he stopped and looked at Draco, and something shifted in his gray eyes, a recognition, a kinship, a shared knowledge of what it means to be the wrong kind of person in your own family's story. Your father is afraid of what you are, Eric said to Draco. That fear will make him cruel. When it does, and it will, remember that his cruelty is about him, not about you. Never let someone else's fear become your cage. Draco said nothing. But his hands, which had been trembling, went still. Eric walked across the garden, through the gate, and into the tree-lined road beyond. He didn't hurry. He didn't look back. And the metal objects on the grass didn't move because he'd chosen not to move them, and the choice was the message. Xavier found them 40 seconds later, coming around the side of the mansion at speed, Aurora and Scott flanking him. His face was tight with controlled alarm, his telepathic presence sweeping the grounds like a searchlight. He was here, Xavier said, not a question. He left, Harry said. He came to talk, he talked, he left. What did he say? Harry thought about the question, Eric's question, the one he'd been asked to think about. He thought about walls and bridges and the crack that lets the light in or the flood through, depending on who's telling the story. He asked me to think, Harry said. That's all. Xavier studied him for a long moment. Behind those blue eyes, the mind of the world's most powerful telepath worked, analyzing, assessing, worrying. But he didn't press. He didn't probe. He trusted Harry enough to let the boy hold his own conversations and draw his own conclusions, and that trust, more than any psychic shield or telekinetic barrier, was the strongest protection Harry had. If he comes again, I'll tell you. But Charles, he wasn't wrong. About the bridge thing, about the walls. Xavier's expression flickered. Eric is rarely wrong about the problems. It's his solutions I take issue with. He turned his wheelchair and headed back toward the mansion. Aurora followed. Scott lingered, looking at Harry with that measuring gaze he'd never quite lost. You handled that well, Scott said. I didn't do anything. Exactly. And Scott followed Xavier inside, and the garden was quiet, and the metal objects lay on the grass in neat rows like soldiers at rest. He wasn't what I expected, Hermione said softly. The literature describes him as a terrorist. The literature, Draco said, doesn't know everything. He looked at Harry. He was telling the truth, all of it. I felt every word. I know. That doesn't mean he's right. I know that too. They went inside. The afternoon continued, but the question stayed with Harry, lodged in his mind like a seed, and he turned it over in his quiet moments, during training, during meals, during the late-night hours when the mansion slept and he sat at his window and watched the stars. What will you choose for yourself? He didn't have an answer yet, but he was beginning to understand that the question itself was the point. Ron Weasley arrived the following week, and the school would never be the same. He came by Portkey, tumbling onto the front lawn in a heap of gangly limbs and red hair, looking slightly green and enormously excited. He was tall for 11, freckled everywhere, and dressed in clothes that were clean but visibly hand-me-down, and he looked at the mansion with an expression of such naked, uncomplicated wonder that Harry felt a rush of affection so strong it nearly knocked him sideways. Bloody hell, Ron said. You live here. Language, said Hermione, who'd come out to meet him because of course she had. You must be Hermione. You wrote me a letter that was longer than most of my school books. Yours was misspelled in 11 places. See, that's exactly the kind of thing Harry warned me about. Harry was laughing. Actually laughing. The full-body kind that comes from somewhere deep and carries everything with it. The stress and the fear and the training and the fragment and the questions and the weight. All of it shaken loose for one perfect moment by the sight of Ron Weasley standing on the lawn with grass stains on his knees, and his hand extended to a girl he was already arguing with. Ron. Harry came down the steps. Welcome to the madhouse. Ron's face split into a grin so wide it seemed to use muscles that smiling normally didn't require. He grabbed Harry's hand and shook it and pulled him into a one-armed hug that was clumsy and fierce and exactly right. Mate, Ron said, you look like you've been through it. You have no idea. Well, I'm here now. Whatever it is, we'll sort it. He looked at the mansion, at Hermione, at the students drifting onto the lawn to see the new arrival. Just tell me one thing, the food good? The food is excellent. Then everything else is manageable. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder. Lead the way. Ron wasn't a mutant. He was wizard only. The first pure wizard student in the joint program. Included at Dumbledore's insistence because, as the old man had written to Xavier, the bridge between worlds requires traffic in both directions, and Ronald Weasley is precisely the sort of person who makes traffic enjoyable. This meant Ron couldn't participate in mutant training, which he dealt with by becoming the most enthusiastic spectator the Danger Room had ever seen. He sat in the control booth during team exercises, eating snacks Hermione said would kill him, and providing running commentary that was equal parts tactical insight and appalling jokes. Bobby, on your left. No, your other left, mate. Oh, nice, he froze it. Hermione, that's brilliant. You wait, are you doing maths in your head during a combat sim? That's terrifying. Harry, duck. He was also, it turned out, a strategic genius. Not in the formal, educated way Hermione was. Ron couldn't cite military historians or calculate probability matrices, but he saw patterns. He understood people. He grasped, instinctively and without effort, how individuals moved and thought and reacted under pressure, and he could predict enemy behavior with an accuracy that made Scott raise his eyebrows and Xavier lean forward in his wheelchair. He seized the board, Xavier told Harry after watching Ron dismantle a simulated tactical problem in under 4 minutes. Not the pieces, the board, the whole picture all at once. It's not a mutation, it's not magic, it's just him. He beats everyone at chess, Harry said. I thought it was a hobby. Turns out it's a world view. Ron's presence changed the social chemistry of the school in ways no one could have predicted. He was warm where Hermione was sharp, casual where Draco was guarded, simple where Harry was complicated. He treated mutant powers with the same cheerful pragmatism he applied to everything interesting, useful, not worth making a fuss about. He asked Bobby to freeze his drinks. He asked Kurt to teleport him to the kitchen when he was too lazy to walk. He challenged Kitty to a contest to see who could get through a locked door faster, Kitty by phasing, Ron by picking the lock with a hairpin Fred had taught him to use, and Kitty won but only barely, and they became friends instantly. He also, in his first week, did something with Draco that months of careful therapy and patient conversation had not achieved. He made Draco laugh. It happened at dinner. Ron was telling a story about his brothers, the twins, Fred and George, who had apparently once bewitched the family's ghoul to sing Christmas carols in July. And the story was winding and ridiculous and punctuated by Ron's own breathless laughter. And at some point during the bit about the ghoul's rendition of God Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs, Draco, who was sitting 3 seats away, eating with his usual mechanical precision, and pretending not to listen, snorted. Not a polite sound. Not a dignified sound. A genuine, involuntary, surprised out of him snort of laughter that he immediately tried to disguise as a cough and failed completely. Ron looked at him. Draco looked at Ron. The table went quiet. "Did you just laugh?" Ron said. "I did not." "You did. You laughed at my ghoul story. Hermione, you're my witness." "He definitely laughed," Hermione confirmed with the scrupulous honesty of someone who couldn't lie if her life depended on it. "I had something in my throat," Draco said, with the desperate dignity of a man whose cover has been blown. "You had a sense of humor in your throat which is medically unprecedented, and we should celebrate." Ron grabbed a bread roll, tore it in half, and tossed one half to Draco. "Welcome to having fun, mate. It gets easier." Draco caught the bread roll reflexively. He looked at it as though it were an alien artifact. Then he looked at Ron, and the almost smile, the one Harry had been watching for, the fragile, quickly hidden thing, bloomed into something fuller. Not a grin. Not yet. But a real smile, small and bewildered and genuine, the smile of someone discovering a room in their own house they didn't know existed. "Your ghoul story is idiotic," Draco said. "Best review I've ever gotten," Ron said, and went back to his dinner, and the table exhaled, and something that had been brittle became slightly less so. The danger room alert went off at 3:17 a.m. on a cold October morning, and the world Harry had built in the past 3 months nearly came apart. The alarm was not the standard drill klaxon. It was a sound Harry had never heard, a low, pulsing tone that vibrated through the walls and floor and seemed to come from everywhere at once. He was out of bed and dressed in under a minute, his wand in his hand and his telekinesis flaring instinctively, reaching out through the mansion, feeling for the threat. What he found didn't make sense. The basement. Something was wrong in the basement. Not the sub-basement where the danger room and Cerebro lived, but an older level below that. A level Harry hadn't known existed, sealed behind walls that his telekinesis couldn't penetrate, warded with magic so old and so dense it tasted like iron and stone. He hit the corridor at a run and nearly collided with Jean, who was coming from the opposite direction, her eyes blazing, the phoenix shimmer dancing around her like foxfire. "You feel it," she said. "What's down there?" "I don't know. Charles never told me about a lower level. But something just activated, something big, something hybrid, part technology and part magic. It woke me up from across the building." She grabbed his arm. "Harry, the fragment, it's responding." She was right. His scar was burning, not the sharp pain of the Death Eater attack, but a deep, resonant ache, as though the fragment were vibrating in sympathy with whatever had activated below. The green light in his mindscape was pulsing faster than he'd ever felt it, and through the link, the connection he'd been trying to sever for months, he felt something he'd never felt before. Voldemort. Not a remnant, not an echo. A presence, distant, fragmented, barely coherent, but unmistakably alive and unmistakably reaching. "He's here," Harry whispered. "Not physically, but he's reaching, trying to connect to something down there." Scott appeared, visor glowing, fully dressed and armed with a tactical efficiency that suggested he slept in a state of perpetual readiness. Behind him, Bobby, ice already crackling across his skin. Kurt crouched and coiled, Kitty half-phased through the wall, and Draco pale as paper, his empathic sense wide open, reading the emotional landscape of the building with an expression of growing horror. "There's someone else in the building," Draco said. "Someone whose emotions I don't recognize. Someone who isn't, they're not feeling like a person. They're feeling like two people layered on top of each other. One is terrified, the other is," he swallowed. "Hungry." "Quirrell," Harry said. They went down. Xavier was already in the sub-basement at the elevator that led to Cerebro. But the elevator was going deeper. Someone had activated a lower level, a level that required both a retinal scan and a magical signature to access. The doors were open, descending into darkness. "I didn't build this," Xavier said, and his voice carried something Harry had never heard from him before: surprise, genuine, unfiltered surprise. This level predates my ownership of the property. It was sealed when I acquired the mansion, sealed with wards I couldn't breach and didn't try to. Dumbledore told me it was a relic, a historical curiosity. He said it was empty. Dumbledore lied, Harry said flatly. Xavier met his eyes. In the professor's gaze, Harry saw the exact moment a man who trusted his oldest friend realized that trust had limits. Yes, Xavier said. It appears he did. They descended. The elevator dropped for what felt like minutes, passing through layers of rock and ward and something older, a magical infrastructure that Harry's three-part hum recognized instinctively, resonating with it like a tuning fork finding its pitch. This was old magic, pre-Hogwarts old, pre-wand old, the kind of magic that existed when the world was younger and the boundaries between things were thinner. The doors opened onto a chamber. It was vast, cathedral vast, with a vaulted ceiling lost in shadow and walls of rough stone covered in carved symbols that glowed faintly blue. In the center of the chamber stood a device that was half cerebro and half something else entirely, a hemisphere of polished metal embedded with crystals that pulsed with magical light, connected to a network of cables and conduits that ran into the walls and floor like the roots of a metal tree. A cerebro-pensive hybrid, Hermione breathed. She was behind them, of course she was. She'd followed without being asked, because Hermione Granger had never in her life stayed where she was told when knowledge was available elsewhere. Someone built a machine that combines psychic amplification with magical memory storage. It's a bridge, a literal bridge between mutant technology and magical infrastructure. Who built this? Scott demanded. I did, said a voice from the shadows. Well, a younger, more optimistic version of myself. Dumbledore stepped into the light. He was not twinkling. He was not smiling. He looked for the first time in Harry's experience, old, truly old, the weight of 150 years visible in the lines of his face and the gravity of his eyes. Hello, Charles, Dumbledore said. I believe I owe you an explanation. You believe correctly, Xavier said, and his voice could have frozen nitrogen. This chamber was built 60 years ago during the war against Grindelwald. Grindelwald was, like Voldemort, a dark wizard, but unlike Voldemort, he understood the potential of mutant kind. He sought to unite magical and mutant forces under his banner. I defeated him, but the threat he represented, the weaponization of mutant magical hybrids, never went away. So I built this. Dumbledore gestured at the device. A monitoring system, a way to detect and track individuals who carry both magical cores and the X gene, anywhere in the world. I built it here because this site, long before it was your school, Charles, was a nexus point, a place where the magical and psychic frequencies naturally overlap. You've been monitoring mutant wizards for 60 years, Xavier said, without telling me. I've been protecting them, cataloging them, ensuring that no one, not Voldemort, not Grindelwald's remaining followers, not the Ministry, not any government, could identify and exploit them. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I kept it from you because I didn't know if I could trust you. Not with the information, with the temptation. You are a good man, Charles. But good men with access to a registry of the world's most powerful potential weapons are still men with access to a registry. The silence was absolute. Harry felt the weight of it, not just the emotional weight but the physical weight, the accumulated decades of secrets and calculations and quiet, unilateral decisions made by a man who believed he was the only one wise enough to make them. And Quirrell, Harry said. Is that why he's here? For this machine? Dumbledore's expression fractured. I did not anticipate Quirrell. I underestimated how much Voldemort knew about this chamber. I was wrong. Where is he? Draco asked. His empathic sense was locked onto the double-layered emotional signature he detected above, tracking it through the walls. He's close. He's in the walls, in the conduits. He's using the machine's network to move through the building's infrastructure. That's not possible, Xavier said. He's possessing the machine, Hermione said, and her voice had the particular urgency of someone who's just solved an equation and doesn't like the answer. The cerebro component amplifies psychic energy. The pensive component stores magical memory. If Voldemort's consciousness, even a fragment of it, can interface with the hybrid system, he could use it to amplify himself. Reconstitute. Use the stored data to locate every mutant wizard on the planet. He could build an army, Jean said. Or destroy one, Dumbledore said quietly. Every name in the registry, every child I've spent 60 years protecting. If Voldemort accesses that data, he'll know who they are, where they are, and what they can do. The machine pulsed. The crystals flared. And from the network of conduits in the walls, a voice emerged, thin, reedy, filtered through metal and magic and something ancient and wrong. "Too late," said the voice of Quirinus Quirrell, and it was layered, doubled, the stuttering professor's tenor underlaid with something cold and high and sharp. "Too late, too late, too late." A figure stepped out of the wall. Not through it like Kitty out of it, emerging from the stone as though the wall were liquid, as though matter itself was obeying a will that superseded physics. Quirrell was thin, trembling, his turban unwound and trailing behind him like a shroud, and on the back of his head Harry's scar exploded. Not pain. Something beyond pain, something that transcended the nerve signals and went straight to his soul, because what he was looking at was a face. A face growing out of the back of Quirrell's skull, chalk-white and terrible, with slitted red eyes and nostrils like a snake's and a mouth that was smiling, smiling, smiling. "Voldemort." "Harry Potter," said the face, and the voice was no longer Quirrell's, was no longer doubled, was singular and clear and carried a power that made the air in the chamber vibrate. "The boy with the scar, the boy with the bridge in his head. I've been feeling you for months, child. Every time your scar burned, I was there. Every time the fragment stirred, I grew. You've been feeding me, Harry, you and your wonderful, wonderful power." "Hit him." Scott shouted, and his visor blazed, and the crimson beam struck Quirrell square in the back and did nothing, absorbed, swallowed, consumed by a magical shield that flared around the possessed man like a dark halo. Bobby threw ice. It melted in midair, evaporating into steam that hissed and vanished. Kurt teleported behind Quirrell and was hurled back by an invisible force that slammed him into the far wall. Draco reached out with his empathy and recoiled as though he'd touched a live wire. Voldemort's emotional frequency was not human, was not anything that empathy could process, and Draco staggered back with blood pouring from his nose and his eyes wide with shock. "Enough," Voldemort said, and Quirrell raised both hands and the machine activated. The cerebro-pensive hybrid roared to life. The crystals blazed. The metal hemisphere began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, generating a field that Harry felt in every cell of his body, a psychic magical vortex that was reaching outward, upward, through the rock and the wards and the night, searching for every mutant wizard mind on the planet. "The registry," Dumbledore said, and for the first time in Harry's life, Albus Dumbledore sounded afraid. "He's accessing the registry." "Charles," Dumbledore turned to Xavier. "The psychic component, can you shut it down?" "Not from outside the device. Someone would have to interface with it directly, enter the cerebro framework and override it from within." "I can do it," Jean said and stepped forward, and the phoenix blazed. Not the shimmer, not the flicker. The full phoenix, erupting from Jean Grey like a star-going supernova, filling the chamber with red-gold light that was beautiful and terrifying and ancient beyond measure. Jean's hair floated around her head in a halo of fire. Her eyes blazed white. Her voice, when she spoke, carried harmonics that didn't belong to any human throat. "I can enter the cerebro framework. The phoenix can interface with the psychic amplifier, but I need someone to handle the magical component." She looked at Harry. "Both sides, both systems, both of us." Harry understood. The machine was a bridge, psychic and magical, and to shut it down they needed someone on each side. Jean was the psychic side. Harry was the magical side. Together, they were the only people in the room who could enter the hybrid system and shut it down from within. Harry, no. Ron was there, Ron, who wasn't a mutant, who couldn't fight this fight with powers or technology, who was holding his wand in a white-knuckled grip and standing between Harry and the machine with nothing but courage and sheer, bloody-minded loyalty. You can't, the fragment. If you interface with that machine and Voldemort's already inside it, then I'll meet him in there and I'll shut it down anyway. Harry put his hand on Ron's shoulder. Ron, move. Ron, I said no, I'm not. You can't just walk into a machine that's got Voldemort in it and expect me to stand here and, Ron, Hermione's voice cutting through the noise with the precision of a scalpel. He has to do this. The mathematical probability. Sod your mathematical probability. Ron. Harry tightened his grip on his friend's shoulder. I need you to do something for me, something only you can do. Ron's eyes were bright, his jaw clenched. What? Watch the board, see the whole picture. If something goes wrong in there, if the fragment takes over, if I lose control, you'll know. You'll see it before anyone else because that's what you do. And you'll tell Scott, and Scott will shut it down from outside, even if that means shutting me down. Ron stared at him, understanding dawned, slow and terrible. You're asking me to be the one who pulls the plug. I'm asking you to be the one I trust enough to make that call. Ron's face crumpled and reformed. He stepped aside. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Harry walked to the machine. Jean was already there, her phoenix aura illuminating the chamber in shifting patterns of red and gold. She held out her hand. Harry took it. Together, she said. Together, they touched the machine. The world dissolved. Harry was inside, not the chamber, not the machine, but the space between. A landscape of pure information, psychic and magical, rendered in sensation rather than sight. He could feel the data, 60 years of catalogued mutant wizards, names and locations and abilities, flowing through the system like blood through veins. He could feel Jean beside him, her phoenix presence a sun in the psychic sky, vast and warm and barely contained. And he could feel Voldemort, not the face on Quirrell's head but the mind behind it, threading through the machine's network like a virus, reaching for the data, reaching for the names, reaching for every child Dumbledore had spent 6 decades protecting. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice in the machine space was different, fuller, stronger, fed by the psychic amplifier. You've come to me, how generous. I've come to shut you down. With what? Your flickering telekinesis. Your half-learned magic. Your borrowed phoenix, contempt vast and cold. I am Lord Voldemort, I have transcended death itself. You are a child with a scar and a stolen fragment of my soul, and you think you can challenge me in a space I've already claimed. The fragment responded. In Harry's mind, the green light blazed, and for the first time the door in the dark corridor blew open, and the full force of Voldemort's remnant poured through. Not an attack, but a reunion. The fragment reaching for its source, trying to reconnect, trying to flow back into the greater whole like a river returning to the sea. Harry felt himself dissolving. His identity, his memories, his self, all of it eroding under the pull of the fragment's reunion with its creator. He was losing himself. He was becoming a conduit, a channel, a bridge that Voldemort was walking across to reach the machine's full power. Harry, Jean's voice, distant, desperate, the phoenix screaming in harmony. He's using you, the connection, he's coming through you, you have to close it. But Harry couldn't close it. The fragment was part of him, woven into his scar, tangled with his magic, braided into the 3-part hum that had become his identity. Closing the fragment meant closing part of himself, and he didn't know how to separate them, didn't know where Voldemort ended and Harry began. The machine was spinning faster. The data was flowing. Names, locations, children, hundreds of them, thousands, scattered across the world, each one a potential weapon in Voldemort's war. In seconds, he would have them all. Harry stood in the machine space and felt himself disappearing and made a choice. Not Xavier's choice. Not Dumbledore's choice. Not Magneto's choice. His own. He stopped fighting the fragment, stopped trying to block it or contain it or push it away. Instead, he reached for it, reached into the green light, into the dark corridor, into the cold, hungry void of Voldemort's remnant soul, and he wrapped his arms around it. Not with telekinesis, not with magic, with himself, with every memory of the cupboard and the cake and the word we. With Jean's hugs and Ron's loyalty and Hermione's precision and Draco's fragile smile. With Bobby's ice cream and Kurt's laughter and Scott's trust and Aurora's steadiness. With the three-part hum, magic, mutation, and the thing that bound them, the thing that had no name but felt like home. He held the fragment the way you hold a frightened child, the way you hold something that has been broken so long it doesn't remember being whole. And he said, inside his own mind, to the piece of Tom Riddle that had lived behind his scar for 10 years, "You're not getting through, not because I'm stronger than you, because I'm more than you. Your rage and fear and hunger, I'm everything else." The fragment writhed. Voldemort's presence screamed, not in pain but in fury, the fury of something vast confronted by something small that refuses to break. The machine space trembled. The data streams flickered. Jean struck. The phoenix, no longer restrained, blazed through the psychic network like fire through dry grass. She didn't fight Voldemort. She burned the network itself, cauterizing the data streams, severing the connections, shutting down the machine from the psychic side with a force that was cosmic and precise and utterly, mercilessly final. Harry, holding the fragment, holding himself, poured his magic into the machine's magical infrastructure and did the same thing, not destroying but disconnecting, pulling the magical conduits apart the way he'd pulled the broom apart on Privet Drive, unweaving the system thread by thread until there was nothing left to amplify, nothing left to exploit, nothing left for Voldemort to ride. The machine died. The crystals went dark. The spinning stopped. And in the machine space, Voldemort's presence, cut off from the amplifier, severed from the network, reduced once again to a fragmented shade without a body or a base, screamed one final time and fled. Not destroyed, not killed, but banished, thrown out of the machine, out of Quirrell, out of the mansion, back into the formless void from which he'd been slowly, painfully, parasitically trying to return. Harry opened his eyes. He was on the floor of the chamber, flat on his back. Jean was beside him, unconscious, the phoenix glow fading from her skin like embers cooling. The machine was dark and silent, its crystals cracked, its metal hemisphere still. Quirrell lay crumpled at its base, the face on the back of his head gone, his body thin and broken and breathing in shallow, rattling gasps. Everyone was staring at Harry. "Did it work?" he croaked. "The data is secure," Hermione said. She was at the machine's console when had she gotten to the console, her eyes scanning readings that shouldn't have meant anything to an 11-year-old but apparently did. "The registry is intact but disconnected. Voldemort didn't get the names. None of them. Quirrell is alive," Hank McCoy said, kneeling over the unconscious professor with medical instruments that had appeared from somewhere. "Barely. The possession did severe neurological damage. He'll need extensive care." "The machine is dead," Xavier said. He was at the hemisphere, one hand on its surface, his expression unreadable. "The psychic components are burned out. The magical components are unwoven. It would take years to rebuild." He looked at Dumbledore, which is, perhaps, for the best. Dumbledore stood in the shadows of the chamber, leaning on a stone pillar, looking every one of his 150 years. He met Xavier's eyes, then Harry's, and in his gaze was something Harry had never expected to see from the most powerful wizard in the world. Shame. "I was wrong," Dumbledore said, "to build it, to hide it, to keep it from you, Charles, and from you, Harry. I was wrong, and my wrongness nearly cost us everything. Yeah, Harry said, sitting up with a groan. It did. I'm sorry. I know. Harry looked at the old man, the long beard, the half-moon spectacles, the starry robes now dusty and dimmed. But sorry isn't enough. Not anymore. No more secrets. No more registries. No more deciding alone what's best for everyone. And what would you have me do instead? Harry thought about Eric's question. What will you choose for yourself? He thought about Xavier's peace and Dumbledore's duty and Magneto's pragmatism. He thought about the bridge, the crack in every wall, the thing that lives between two worlds and belongs fully to neither. Trust us, Harry said, all of us. Not just the powerful ones, not just the old ones. The kids, too. The scared ones, the angry ones, the ones who don't fit anywhere. Trust us to be part of the decision because we're the ones who have to live with it. Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. Then slowly he nodded. You have your mother's wisdom, he said, and your father's stubbornness. It is an alarming combination. You have no idea, Ron said from somewhere behind them, and despite everything, the battle, the fear, the near destruction of everything they'd built, Harry laughed. The aftermath was long and complicated, and involved more conversations than Harry wanted to have with more people than he wanted to talk to. The Ministry of Magic sent representatives. Xavier contacted his government liaisons. Dumbledore disassembled the chamber's remains personally, sealing the lower level with wards that this time, he explained to everyone. Quirrell was transferred to a secure medical facility. The students were debriefed, counseled, and given a week off from training that they spent mostly sitting around in the common room talking about what had happened with the particular intensity of people processing a shared trauma. But the real aftermath, the one that mattered, happened in smaller moments. Jean woke up 12 hours after the battle, groggy and disoriented and ravenously hungry. Harry brought her a chocolate bar and sat with her on the medical bay bed, and she ate it in 3 bites and looked at him with those green eyes, the ones that carried the weight of a star, and said, "You didn't push the fragment away, you held it." Yeah. Why? Harry thought about it. Because pushing is what Voldemort does. Force, control, domination. If I fight him on his terms, he wins. He'll always win because he's been doing it longer and he has no limits. But if I hold on, if I choose compassion over force, then I'm fighting on my terms. And on my terms, he's got nothing. Jean stared at him. Then she started crying, which startled them both, and she laughed through the tears and said, "You're 11. You're 11 years old and you just articulated a philosophy of psychic combat that I've been trying to figure out for 5 years. I had good teachers. You had a cupboard under the stairs and a chocolate cake with your name on it." She wiped her eyes. "You taught yourself, Harry. Don't let anyone else take credit." Draco found Harry in the garden the next evening, sitting on the bench where Eric had sat, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and violet. "My father sent an owl," Draco said. He sat down on the bench without being invited, which was, by Draco's standards, an act of radical intimacy. "He heard about the attack. He wants me to come home." "What do you want?" "I want to stay." No hesitation this time, no qualifier, no almost. "I want to stay, and I've written back and told him so, and he's going to be furious, and I don't care." Harry looked at him. The pale, pointed boy from the robe shop was still there, the arrogance, the precision, the armor. But underneath it something had grown, something that looked like spine. "He'll fight it," Harry said. "Let him. I've got 2 schools worth of people who'll fight back." Draco paused. "Including, apparently, a Weasley, which my ancestors would find deeply confusing." Harry grinned. "Ron'll be thrilled. Tell him and I'll deny everything. Deal." They sat on the bench as the sun went down, and the garden was quiet. And somewhere in the mansion Bobby was freezing Ron's shoes as a prank, and Hermione was reading a book that was bigger than her head, and Kurt was playing guitar on the roof, and Kitty was phasing through walls for fun, and Jean was meditating, and Scott was checking the perimeter, and Xavier was in his office writing a letter to an old friend he disagreed with about everything, and loved despite it all. And Harry Potter, wizard, mutant, bridge, boy, sat in the gathering dark and felt the three-part hum in his chest, steady and warm and whole, and thought about the question Eric Laneshare had asked him. What will you choose for yourself? He thought about Xavier's peace, about Dumbledore's duty, about Magneto's pragmatism, about Snape's grief and Jean's fire and Ron's loyalty and Hermione's brilliance and Draco's fragile, hard-won courage. He thought about the cupboard, about the door that had exploded outward, about the broom that had dissolved, about the boy who'd sat on the front step of number 4 Privet Drive with sawdust on his shoes and no idea what he was. He knew what he'd choose. Not peace, not duty, not war, not pragmatism, not any single philosophy, any single school of thought, any single way of being. He'd choose all of it. The messy, contradictory, impossible all of it, the bridge between worlds, the crack in every wall, the place where wand and Jean and heart and choice converged into something no one had ever seen before and no one could fully predict. He'd choose to be Harry. And that, he decided, watching the first stars appear over the mansion that had become his home, was more than enough. Far away, in a house without a fixed address, Eric Laneshare sat in his study and held a metal sphere in the air and thought about a boy who'd been offered power and chosen compassion. And he smiled, a complicated smile, equal parts admiration and regret, and the stubborn, unkillable hope that the next generation might get it right where his had failed. Perhaps, Eric said to the empty room, perhaps. The sphere settled on its stand. The light went out, and the night was dark and the stars were bright, and the world was full of children who were both magical and mutant, both Wand and Jean, both old world and new, and they were waking up one by one, scattered across the globe like seeds after a storm, and they didn't know yet what they would become. But Harry did. He knew. Not the specifics, not the battles or the alliances or the heartbreaks or the victories that lay ahead, but the shape of it, the direction, the note. It sounded like a hum. 3 parts braided together, harmonizing into something that was stronger than any of them alone. It sounded like home.